What's good, people? What's good? Liverpool 12th man here. Giving a shout out to all my Mighty Reds army out there. Big up to my Mighty Reds. Doing an impromptu show right real quick because I was doing my work during the day, and obviously logging on, supporting other people, other content creators and everything else. I didn't hop on anyone's channels or anything like that, but I just when I started hearing all the talk and everything that was going on, big up to John Conway. Always, definitely, brother. I appreciate you so much because Reds like you are the reasons why I feel so passionate about the Reds, calling Reds my brethren. Because I mean, you're always supportive. You're always there to give a shout out, and that's the kind of love that I love to see. It's kind of love that I like to project as well to my big up to John Collins. Any and all that are joining me in the chat. Big up Brian. Big up Brian. I was going to have today I was talking to Uncle Roz actually, and I was like, you know what? If you're in my Brian, if you need to link up on WhatsApp or something like that. I don't know if you have that or not, so I could include you in on some of the direct message you or anything like that. So you can if you want to hop on, or I can just give you a direct link if you want to hop on. But I was going to do a impromptu style little case of the Mondays, because I know that's what I'm going through today. Big up Trisha, pleasure, welcome. I wanted to do something where get a chance to kind of just chat, talk it up a little bit, kind of engage with each other, because what's really, really funny about it, to me at least, is that right now I think, and Brian brought this up on our show, our previous show, and it's something I definitely agree. I am on Twitter. If you look on the bottom here, there should be a little Twitter sign. I know that you might be looking on your phone. I'm not sure how small it is, but the Reds 12th man is my Twitter handle, or my Twitter's X, whatever you're calling it now. But yeah, so I was listening to Savage and Ends go on about the talk and everything, and what's really funny is I just saw big up Marion, pleasure. I just saw Cal's Netto Army say something. Big up to Cal's Netto Army, fellow Red, and I just saw him say that we're going to win the league, and I just heard K-Mac go on and not complain, not put down our team, not call our coach trash or whatever, or whatever he does, yada yada. And I was like, and he's talking about we're going to win trophies this year, we're going to win. Now he believes his team's so good, and da. It's just amazing. I think that maybe it's the grievance that we all went through and experienced with the Spurs. I don't even want to call it a game really, but the Spurs, crime scene. And albeit not many Spurs, am I going to say that Spurs are responsible for what went on, how the officiating went? No way. They won. It's just, in the end of the day, that's how it is. They won. They got the 3 points. They should be happy. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be really putting it out there and everything else. And I'm going to put this out there too, because in case you want to hop on, John or Trish, if you want to say something, or Marion, or anyone that wants to say something, this is I'm gonna do this as an impromptu, just kind of case of the Mondays. We're all at the TGIF ordering appetizers. How about that? And we can just kind of talk it up and and chill and kick it. So I'll put the link for the stream if you guys want to hop on and chop it up with me. But yeah, it was just very, very intriguing that was what was going on in some of these forums that we frequent. And I'm like, wow, that maybe finally maybe we're at a place where we can maybe we're finally at a place where we can all just realize that it's us against the world. I've been saying that for weeks now. It's us against the world, people. It's the reason why I call it the Mighty Reds Army, because we have to battle. We have to go into battle against rivals, against neutrals, against the referees, against the Premier League, against pundits, it's like at times against our own brethren. It's one of those things where I'm just like, come on, you guys, this is the time to rally around the flag. I really, 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 I really, really believe that. So I put out there to some of the other content creators to see if they want to hop on, or just say hello or say what's good. Again, I put that's the link if you guys want to hop on and chop it up with me, and it's kind of like, go over some things that are on your mind, or maybe it doesn't even have to be about our game. We could talk about the rest of the games, because there's some really, really incredible games that went down. And it was one of those things like, hey, I thought it was like an interesting circumstances for the entire league. Like no one had City getting beat by Wolves. No one did. I mean, trust me, no one did. So it was one of those things where it's just like, very few people had, for instance, Crystal Palace beating United. And I know that there was controversy in that game, apparently. I had Crystal Palace winning that game, so big up to them for doing, for at least giving my parlay an ounce of a chance of paying off. But yeah, I just thought like no one had that game really going the way it did. Let's see who else was like there's a couple other big games too. I'm trying to think of some of the other big games. Let me see. I'll throw up some of these comments. Big up to Marion as well. Big up to John Conway. Big up. He's saying big up to Brian. John Conway saying big up to me. Let's see. Big up to Trisha. Welcome, Trisha. Definitely a pleasure to see you. See you in the forum. In the along with the other Reds in the Mighty Reds Army here. Marion is saying that I think the lads showed us what they're made of. I was so proud of them. I agree completely. I'm gonna bring Brian into the mix here.
Hello.
Big up, Brian.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, brother? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. My mind is so warm.
I was just going over some of the things that the chat's saying. Some of the. Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
it's the same thing for me. Yesterday, all I did yesterday was just kind of like. What's that?
Yeah, I think there is a delay. Is there? I'm.
I think I have a little bit.
Yeah, I'll wait for you. Will I go out and come back in?
Delay.
I'll go out and come back in.
It's okay. You yeah. Let me read this. Yeah, let me read this one comment out here too. Trisha was saying, or Marion was saying about how proud of the Reds she is. And I agree with you. I'm right there with you, Marion. I believe if yesterday committed to bringing us glory along with them, or show you elsewise, because this team, despite terrible circumstances, against all these different measures and levers that were being pulled against us, I think that it showed that made a difference yesterday. Their resilience is what made a difference. So hopefully you heard me on that one. Hopefully I'm not too much of, whenever I have Sofa Score in the background, it ends up causing my because they do updates. I guess maybe that's the reason why I get what I get. But let me see, double check. Hey Brian, are you hearing me better this time?
Oh yeah, no, I could hear you fine, but it was just that there was a delay. You were if you have anything running in the background with StreamYard, that will totally.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
I know I don't use it, but I know anyone that ever has it running.
I'm gonna drop off. Oh, big up K-Mac. K-Mac, big up, big up. I saw K-Mac. Uncle Rod's is in the building. What's good, bro? What is good? Let me get
I'm
this
here,
on
you
a
know,
good
blood.
setting here so we can all
I'm
parlay.
here, man.
Big up, big up.
Hey, Rods.
K-Mac in the house too. I
How you
see.
doing?
That's good. That's good. I like it. I did, and I'm all about transparency. I did, K-Mac. I did say that. I did say your name earlier because of the fact that I just saw you on Ends and Savage's show, and I was saying how I was saying I wanted to make sure maybe I woke up in the right dimension this time because I just heard Cal's Neto Army and I just say that we're going to win the league, and I just heard K-Mac giving like big ups and like positives for our team, for our club, and what we're
know,
doing.
man.
Yeah, I
The
know.
siege
And I was
mentality
like,
is
big up to
strong.
K-Mac.
Game
Yeah,
man mentality is just like, yo.
hey, I'm playing the lotto today. That's how I see it. The lottery is definitely getting played today because something is going on. There's something in the air.
You gotta ask it. You gotta ask out that girl you've been looking at, man. You gotta ask out that girl. That's the night.
That's
The
the night. That
positivity
is
is in
definitely
the
right.
air. The positivity is very strong. So go
Yeah,
for everything.
It
Go for
is. It
everything.
is.
it's a bit
Big up
unusual.
to Uncle Anvil Rods. Big
Sorry?
up to Anvil. Uncle Rod's in the building. Anvil Uncle Rod's is in the building. Along with Brian. I didn't give a proper hello because Brian had to come back in and come back out. But big up to you both. Hello to Brian. I'll say hello to you first, Brian, since you were here first. How are you doing? Good. Make sure
Yeah,
everyone
yeah,
hears.
yeah. Like I said,
Okay.
brain is fried after the last couple of days because it's just been so much noise and so much. Yeah, just so much noise, so much chat. But even on the come down from it, the positivity is still there, and I like the siege mentality coming in. So good start to the week.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a big difference.
Mm.
And big up to Anvil Uncle Rod's. Blessing the platform. He's always welcome here, of course. But I mean, like blessing us with definitely his knowledge, and I mean, like it is pretty. This is something I've always commended you on. And I always openly say this is that there's times when you'll reference games and you'll tell parts and points in history that some people just don't even know. Maybe because it could be sometimes history that you haven't even personally lived through personally. It's just that your history for this club. And it's so important sometimes for people to understand those concepts and have that as like a little bit of foundation for them to understand why everyone is so loving on the heritage of this club.
Yeah.
But big up.
Yeah, respect. I mean, surely certain days it's like having that duty of actually, spreading what you know. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a person at the end of the day, like as you know yourself at the end of the day, I'm not a person that claims to know it all. Do you know what I mean? There's some parts of history that I don't know, and I'm educated on it. But I will talk about things that I do know that's happened in history, either for our club or against our club. Do you know what I mean? I think as a older person, and I think it's my duty at the day to actually do that. You know what I mean? And it's all about spreading the love of the club that I love, Liverpool Football Club. You know what I mean? So yeah, listen, at the end of the day, you've got a way as well about yourself at the end of the day where you break down things. You break things down and everything that. And when you break them down, you make them make sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somebody
Yeah,
can probably not understand something and not understand why something is done, but then what you do in there is you'll break it down a little bits in the day, and that will show that person in there why this is done and why this is happening. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got that
yeah.
way of about you, and that's why I always sort of like have you on my show, because you tend to sort of like bring a calm to the storm. Do you understand what I'm saying? When it's all getting all hectic and people are losing their heads, whether it be transfers or whatever, you will come in and say, look, listen, we got this and we got this, and this is why we done this. Let me break it down for you. And you know what I mean? Now, whether we agree or disagree, no,
right.
seriously,
I got you.
whether I agree or disagree with you, we always have a good debate. And that's what I like. We always have a good debate about the subject and everything that. And we tend to sort of like kind of say, so look, you know what? We agree to disagree. you understand what I'm getting at?
Definitely.
I mean, so
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah.
way about you know think that you sort of like break this thing down. That's why I'm always on my show telling people to like and subscribe to your channel because listen, you're doing wonderful work over your channel, man, and I'm here for it.
I'm just trying to keep up with you guys, trying to keep up with you and this fine gentleman I'm going to bring in right now, Quasi Bowl TV.
Definitely. Oh, Quasi, pick up Quasi.
What's going on, brethren?
Trying to just trying to keep pace with you guys, since you guys are definitely setting the groundwork for all of us as to like excellent content. So that's why hey, it's good. It's good.
12
How are you doing
today,
Quasi?
You're a modest man. You're a modest man.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I'm here for just a short moment, just for a short little bit. I have a meeting in a little bit, so I was like, I needed to come pay my respects.
Yeah, I saw that. I appreciate it. Now I saw that you only have a short moment of time to just chop it up with us. But I mean, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. So that's how it is with me.
Yes, sir.
So it's what's up. So I see some people are saying what I figured that they would say, in the sense of, like, I read Bert saying, asked how people are feeling. He says, "Well, man, I'm still furious and stunned. Hope you're good, bro." I am good. I definitely am good. I'm always good when I get to chop it up with my brethren. That's how I feel it. I feel like if we get an opportunity to basically, come, join together in a forum that we can actually like verbalize our thoughts. Maybe, and I don't mind the banter. I know earlier, I know that Jacob was on a channel, and he was getting like, he was, giving out a little banter here and there. And Jacob's a friend of ours. So, I mean, like, and it's part of it, as you expect it, because, hey, when you win, you're going to feel that chest, stick out a little bit, and you're going to be really willing to like go in, especially since you haven't won since 2017. So, I mean, like, if it's been 6 years since you can do what you're doing now, and the only way that you got it was on an own goal, hey, I can understand. You'll take it whatever way you can get it.
Listen, we had 9 men. You had 9 men at the day, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
And you could break his down, and you realize that I think this is like the kind of what kind of like infuriates me about the whole situation. That situation. Do you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, I've calmed down a lot more than what I was the other day. Do you know what I mean? But like, what infuriates me about the situation today is when we had 10 men, we was dominating them. Do you understand what I'm saying? We was dominating 10 men, and we was putting some good play together. And realistically, in the day, what it should have been 2-1 at the day, sort of like going into the break. Now it's 2-1 going to the break, right? I honestly feel it in the day, right? In the second half of the second half, we're scoring about 2 more. We're putting that game to bed, getting to bed and everything like that. But see, what gets me, this is what really gets me in the day, right? Is that, I don't need to go on about it too much, but people can't see what was actually done on the day on Saturday. Do you know what I mean? What was done on Saturday was disgusting. It was disgusting in the day, and it was there for the whole world to see it. And they will look at the day, right? There is a vendetta, and there is a corruption, because what it was at the end of the day, it was like a situation at the day. It's like, say, well, look, we're going to do everything in a possible at the day for Liverpool not to win this game. That's why I have my problem. Do you know what I mean? They did everything possible for Liverpool not to win the game. And they weakened us, and they weakened us. And they was giving us yellow cards at the day that we didn't even deserve a yellow card. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Country at the day, I mean, I have to call his name out.
Right.
When he said this yesterday in the day, and for a Liverpool fan, I think you should be ashamed of yourself. James Redmond was saying that day that Diego Jota deserved that red card. How in God's name could he say that Diego Jota deserved that red card?
No, it's a terrible call. You're right. It's a terrible call. I know. I think that anyone and everyone that looks at it, when they see it back, they all know it. And I think that the calls were just what they were. It was just an absolutely terrible situation. Quasi, there's someone that wants to talk to you. Redbird wants to say something to you. Quasi Jackson joins the panel. He sings better than Michael Jackson in the shower. He says, but forgets to mention he needs his ears tested.
Redbird's agreed.
Redbird's
as long as you're not
case.
doing the moonwalk in the shower. I don't think he's doing the moonwalk in the shower, so it's all good.
I'm just saying though, I'm a Grammy Award winner in the shower or in my car, you know. I'm singing flawlessly.
Really crazy. You know what's really crazy, and I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this too. And chat, tell me how you feel about this. Yesterday, so here in America, I know you guys get ESPN all over the world, but here, I think you guys get ESPN UK. We get ESPN FC. I don't know if it's different or not over in the UK or not, but
it's the same, isn't it?
We had they had Clatten. I think his name is Clattenburg. He's a former referee.
Oh yeah, Mark Clattenburg.
Yep. So he got on there and he got to speaking about the calls, and he was everything else, and and I'll all transparency, he did say that it was shambolic. It was or he said it was that they got it wrong and how they need to definitely get it right. Everything else, he did say that they need to get it right. But what was kind of crazy, and this is the part and point that I went off on I went off in the comment section, and you could tell that I'm unique because everyone usually says like a sentence or two in a comment sentence. Here I am with like a paragraph, like in there. But what really was really troubling is that I heard Clattenburg say this. He said that Hooper is an inexperienced referee. Outwardly said he is an inexperienced referee. And that the thing that really triggered me was this. He said this is going to be a learning experience for him. He's going to get better and everything. And I said to myself, what kind of league do we have where you're getting referees that are going into a league and having like a learn on the job experience of how to be a referee? You should already be at that level. You're at the top tier of refereeing. There is no there was like a draft and you got drafted to be the referee. But the fact that he said that he's inexperienced also was the fact of if you have the marquee game of the week, okay, you have the marquee matchup of two of the biggest clubs. It's going to be broadcast all over the world, eyes everywhere on the world, and you're going to place an inexperienced, this isn't my words, these are his words. You're going to place an inexperienced referee to be the educator, the person that's going to call out fouls and cards.
Hey,
is beyond.
Quasi.
You said two of the biggest club. Which is the two of the biggest club?
It's just Spurs are a big club.
They're a big club.
Based on what?
Spurs. I'm not gonna do this where I'm gonna say Spurs don't have.
I'm going to have a question. What makes you a big club?
As in,
they have a nice stadium. They do have a nice stadium.
Viewership. I'm just talking about viewership. I'm just talking about Spurs bring eyes to the table. As in, when you have this game, there's enough people out there to represent Spurs that it's going to be a highly watched game. It's going to be a highly watched game when you have Liverpool in the title period.
Okay, now you're making more.
Okay, more context.
Don't use big club for everybody. It's been overused these days.
Let me interrupt you quick here. The only reason that you can probably say like the viewership will go up in the day is because Tottenham was playing Liverpool. If Tottenham was playing any other team, there won't be as much viewers as they would be, and then because they watch Liverpool. Do you know what I mean? So in the end, when you think about, we're making them look like a big club. If you understand what I'm saying, we're making them look like a big club.
Yeah, no, I get that.
We constantly do that for certain teams in the Premiership. Like Liverpool make them look like a big club, because when you look at Liverpool and the most successful team in British history. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and they know what Klopp is capable of. Yeah, right, of changing teams. Because even Mark Goldbridge said the same thing. He said, "Don't sleep on Liverpool and Klopp, right? and then he's Man United. Because what they've done at the day, he's got rid of his old midfield and brought in another midfield, yeah, and he's doing well. And he goes, that is very hard to do. Do you know what I mean? You know, so like for me at the end of the day, so like Liverpool make other teams shine. We make them look like a big club. Because trust me, at the end of the day, right, the last time Tottenham won anything was 2008. That's not a big club, and that was a League Cup. You know what I mean?
I get that.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
we make them look big.
I don't want to disrespect the Spurs fans, but
they do it to us.
Yeah, the reason why people I
put it out there for Jacob. If I did put it out there for Jacob to join us, he might be able to. I'm waiting to see, so we'll see.
No, I mean, I've said this before to Jacob, and I've said this to actually I said it on Uncle Ross show. I mean, the whole big club of Spurs was just the fans that just gave him because they had a 5-year period where they were doing good with Bale and all them. But when you say big club, you can't just say big club for everybody. Arsenal, yes, they are a huge club. Yeah. Everton is a big club, even though we hate it. And they got things to back it up.
Can I interject real quick, though, too? And Brian, I want you to say, first off, let me say, welcome to Baz. Baz, welcome to the channel here. Always a brethren, always definitely a good friend of ours to the channel for sure. How are you doing, Baz? You good?
Yeah, it's the first time I've been on any kind of platform since we got robbed, and trust me,
okay.
It's best that I don't say a lot about the game because I'm just gonna get anyone's channel blocked off. So that's why I haven't come on anymore. I have a lot of things.
Okay, so all right, let's just go on to this thing.
Start the thing.
Let's just go on to this. And Brian, I want to hear what Brian. I want to let Quasi finish, and then I want to let Brian
in on
the fun too. But I just want to interject this one little thing too. Is that here in America, actually, Spurs have a huge fan base. They have a very huge fan, and that's why I was saying there's a lot of eyes that would be on when it's Liverpool, Manchester United. You know, yes, Arsenal even, you know, there's a lot of eyes already on there. But I'm just saying Spurs, yeah.
I'm just going to say.
I'll be more careful because I was just told by Brian to not give a shout out to everyone being a big club.
Swansea, you know, what's the other team from Wales? The other team from Wales, please help me out. The other team from Wales, Cardiff. When Swansea and Cardiff played in the English Premier League, about 8 years ago, they broke a whole lot of records. So I'm just going to say that those two broke a lot of records. I'm talking about Barcelona, Madrid, El Clasico type of viewership. So when it comes to viewers, we shouldn't be talking that makes you a big club. It doesn't matter where your region is. Certain regions in Asia, we have bigger viewership, I think, than Manchester United, and they got one of the biggest fan base. But we leave it as there. I just want us to not use the big club too willy-nilly, you know what I mean? But yesterday's game, I'm proud of the boys, right? The boys made me very, very proud. The only thing that I want is if we accuse the players of being cheating their fans, because last season they played 52 minutes out of a 90-minute game. So they said we're going to institute the World Cup extra time. So if you know that the players are cheating the fans, what are you doing about the refs cheating the fans? That's my question. When you apologize,
that's a good point.
Yeah, if you're going to apologize, tell me what you're going to do to make it better. Don't just say, "Oh, we say we're sorry, so let's move on."
Right. But that's how a lot of the world reacts. I mean, look, our fans included, and Brian, I'm going to allow you to join after this. It seems like a lot of times people will say, "Oh, we want the manager sacked, or we want new owners, or we want this player gone." But often the case is that they don't have a solution. I don't mind having conversations about things, but if you don't have a solution, then you're just adding to the problem. if anything, in my opinion. But Brian, did you want to say something on whether the Spurs are a big club, or did you want to go, or do you want to pass that on and just go on to something else that was on your mind?
Spurs, yeah. Look, Spurs are a top 8 club. So I suppose if you're a top 8 club in the Premier League,
top 8.
You're like, this goes back to Roz. You remember the other night he asked us a question. He asked the whole panel a question: who has pressure on him in this game?
More pressure.
Or most pressure in this game, Spurs or Liverpool? And I think you said same as me. I said same. Liverpool. There's always more. There's always 10 times more pressure on Liverpool than there is on Spurs to do anything, because Liverpool are expected to be Spurs. Liverpool are a far bigger club. There's pressure on Spurs to finish 6th or 5th if they're good. Their fans probably think they're a pretty big club. No doubt about it, especially when they're playing Arsenal. They think they're a pretty big club, but again, they're just a club that's always been in the Premier League, plays nice football, and doesn't really win anything. That's just what they do, and they're nice and they're great. Like Roy Keane said it, lad, it's Tottenham. I don't know if you know that quote, but it's in the Man United dressing room, and he was asked what was the team talk before you played Spurs at Old Trafford, and he said the team talk was basically, lads, it's Tottenham, and this is when they were good. This was when they were good. This is when Tottenham were 2nd in the league, and Roy Keane, they had Jamie Redknapp in the middle. They had Darren Anderton on the wing, Ginola, and he's like, it's Spurs.
It's Spurs, man.
It's Spurs. And they went down, they roughed them up, and they beat them 3-0 or whatever it was. That's Roy Keane. That's Spurs. That's just what happens. So look, the thing at the weekend, we can talk it to death. But I wanted to say on the other one, what I really liked was we were down to 10 men. We were drawing at Spurs away in the Premier League. And what was he doing? He was bringing on Darwin Núñez. He was thinking, we can win this. We're winning this. Yeah, then Jota does the stupidity. Forget about all the previous bit. Jota knows he's on a yellow card. You're on a yellow card, and then you do that. So that was fucking stupid in isolation. But the fact that he was looking at this going, I was looking at 10 men going, we're looking pretty good here. We've had some practice this year playing with 10 men. So we should be good at it. But he's looking at it going, we're winning this. That mentality is class. That mentality is really good. We're not losing this. We're not even drawing it. We're going out to win this. Who knows whether it would have worked or not. But I like the idea. He was bringing on someone else attacking as well. Jota gets sent off and he switches and brings on 2 defenders. But I like that idea and that mentality. And again, the siege mentality is back. Let's take that. Let's use that. Absolutely, the whole world is against us. Absolutely, they are, and they're paying off. But let's get everyone behind that train, and we go and we just destroy the next 3 teams that will come up against us. Because I guarantee you, even as Mark Goldbridge, like I was watching Mark Goldbridge, I was waiting for someone else to start, and I was watching the Brighton Aston Villa game.
The stream.
Yeah, and he said, look, Brighton have just been totally done over here, and it's going to happen to you. It happens every week. It's going to happen to your team. And he said, this could happen in Liverpool versus Tottenham. So I said at the same time, but it's gotten to the point where people aren't even complaining about it. They're predicting that it's going to happen. They're just assuming that it's going to. It's like, oh, don't worry, guys, there's going to be a big, massive VAR call in this game.
Yeah.
They're predicting that it's going to happen. It's not even a surprise or a shock anymore. That's the point we're at with this.
I have a question for you, Baz. So I've heard this as being a somewhat of a reasoning. I've heard that when we went down to 10 men, even when we were at 9 men, despite the fact that a lot of us have said, oh, you can't beat us at 10 men, you couldn't beat us with 9 men. I've heard Spurs, or I've heard neutrals, I've heard people say that it's harder to win against a team with 10 men or 9 men. But considering what Brian just said, and considering what I agree with that comment, in the sense of that, I don't think that we were trying to be in a defensive shell to make it where we were just trying to hold on to a game. We were trying to win that game, I think, even at 10 men. Okay. Do you believe that that's an accurate statement to say, it actually was a benefit for you in essence that you're at 10 men because it made you more defensively minded?
That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out because, yes, you could sit back and take the pressure and finish the game, but that's not what we did at Aston Villa. I mean, at Newcastle. That's not what we did against Bournemouth, and that's not what we did against Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. That's a cop-out. We took control of the game.
How do you feel? How do you feel, Baz? You agree with that?
At the end of the day, yeah, it's a football match. No matter how much issues we've got, if we're fighting against the Premier League, the fans, the other team, the opposition, we were just like completely, basically, you know what? I just can't even speak, man. I'm just so angry, still so angry about it. But the thing is, all right, is that the odds were against us with everything, yeah? And so, you know what? It was like, all right, fine. Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to defend, all right, which we did. We had to defend. But with the players that we still had on the pitch, we could still hurt Tottenham because the onuses are on Tottenham to score that goal and to beat us. So they're going to be pushing forward. And with the quality of players that we have, we can nick a goal. So, you know what I mean? I don't think we were just defending. We were there to win it. We could still have won it. You know what I mean? It was just, it was slightly too much. That Jota red card killed us. Literally killed us. I think if we still had Jota on the pitch, I think we would have had, in terms of like numbers, it'd have been a lot easier than it was with 9. And that's the ultimate thing. We defended well. Then obviously, they were going to pressure us. They were going to pressure us because the onus was on them at their stadium, big stadium, very vocal. You know what I mean? And then we succumbed to the pressure in the end, an unfortunate one. But we could, you know what? I don't even rate Spurs that highly. I don't rate them that highly. They're shit up anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, we could have beaten them. It was just at that time. You know what I mean? At that time, we've had a lot of games where some of these players were playing in the Newcastle game where we had, where we were down to 10 men. It's a lot of like zaps your energy. And when when people played football, they know what it's like when you're constantly having to defend and then having to run because you get one opportunity. You're not going to get many opportunities. You've got strikers on the pitch. So midfielders or defenders who are going to run up and stuff like that. It zaps a lot of energy. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think we were set up to just defend. I think at moments we would have got a chance because they were attacking. We could have gone and, dare I say, could have even won it.
So you agree? You agree? So basically, you're saying it's a cop out. You're agreeing with Kwasi that to say that, oh well, it was it wasn't that we were playing head to head. It was more like, despite you being at 10 men, it was harder for us to, or Spurs being saying, when I say us, but it was harder for Spurs to score not because it was 10 men, just because
Spurs are shit. Spurs are shit. They struggled, mate. They struggled with when it was 10 man, when it was 11 man. They weren't all that. They weren't all that at all in that game. We were a better team. And even at the end of it, we were the better team. Because when you deep it, they scored in the last bit to win the game. So imagine if it was the opposite. You know what I mean?
And for Uncle Rods. Hearing all that. I know. I feel you. I'm going to ask you this question by Redbird. It's saying this could turn out to be a double-edged sword. For every favorable decision, right or wrong, given to Liverpool, rivals will say refs are scared to give any negative decisions to us. We're just something what I was thinking too, in the sense of like, now the narrative is going to be, oh well, they're flexing over, they're overly twerking or flexing for you guys because you were shown up, or something like that, or oh no, they're going extra hard, or they're trying to show that being extra diligent despite the fact that they screwed up against us. Do you agree with that comment, or is that just how it? So I know that you were saying some conspiracies earlier. That's why I wanted to make sure if you agree with that or not.
No, because you see what it is, and is this, right? Right. Take what is again, and I'm Doro, and I'm gonna go in and when I catch up with her still, because she's doing a bit too much. You know what I mean? Just a girl loves Spurs. She's doing a bit too much. She put up something again today, and it was like when Jota's high foot, and then they to Kulusevski's head. Yeah? He put up again, right? Now I always say it in the day, right? When you put up these things in there, yeah, you have to put up content, yeah, context, right? You have to put context. You can't just put a one-sided thing. Now she's putting that up and putting that up. What she doesn't realize that Kulusevski shouldn't have been on the field, yeah, because he did a tackle on Luis Diaz, which injured him, and he should have got a red card. So really and truly, he shouldn't have been there to receive that high boot in the head. I'm not excusing what obviously Jota's done. Do you know what I mean? But like, what's actually happened now? The referee knows it. He's screwed up. So what he's done in the day, he knows that he should have sent Kulusevski off. That's why when something happened to Kulusevski now, he didn't do nothing, because what he's trying to do now is balance it now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So they know now, and they know now, and they majorly at the day effed up on Saturday. They know that, right? And it was all as a vendetta and day towards Liverpool, because I was saying this at the day. Notice at the day some of our troubles started at the day with one at the day when we booed and when Liverpool fans booed the national anthem, yeah. Two at the day when Jurgen Klopp at the end of the day sort of like obviously give it to that referee. But the first one, you're never going to get away with that one. You're never going to get away with that one. And they're always going to have it in for you, because you got to think about it. Bournemouth, yeah, Newcastle, right, and the other day, Saturday at the end of the day. But they went further now because they sent off 2 people. I can understand what you're saying about Jota at the end of the day. I couldn't understand what you're saying about Jota. But I only see Phil at the day, the second challenge, he actually went for the ball, didn't they? It was just unfortunate and that he got the man. But like prior towards that with Jota, is that it wasn't the first one wasn't a yellow card. So basically he should have just had like 1 yellow card. Really. Should have had 1 yellow card. Because Basuma day literally tripped off his own foot, fell over at the end of the day, right? And Jota got a yellow card. He didn't touch him. Do you know what I mean?
They were quick to see that, though, weren't they? They were quick to see that. They were quick to see that, do all these stupidness. How about the imaginary yellow card that Spurs guy got, and he didn't get a yellow card for that? Huh?
You're stating my case for me, Baz.
Yeah. No, I'm showing the apparent quote-unquote trick.
This is what I'm saying to you. This is why I constantly feel at the end of the day, right? The game. Listen, at the end of the day, right?
His penalty.
Look at this scenario. Look at this scenario, right? Before 1992, when they renamed at the day the league, the Premier League, yeah, right? Before then, you never had all this. You went out there, you played the game and everything that, and it was when the best man win. You never had all this. All of a sudden now, Barclays Bank and they is invested at the day, right? So much money into this league, yeah, right? And we all know the track record at the day with Barclays Bank. We all know what they was involved in the 70s and 80s. We know what they was involved in, yeah? They was involved in apartheid in South Africa, yeah? And a lot of people at the day, right, pulled out of Barclays Bank, yeah? Right, that's another scenario. You know what I mean? But when you had Barclays Bank pour all this money into a league and renamed it for themselves, like the Barclays Premier League and so forth, right? That's where you had the level of corruption, yeah? That's when you had, at the end of the day, right, Pedro Mendes, at the end of the day, lobbed Roy Carroll from the halfway line and he's literally scooped it from out of the back of the net. He literally scooped it from out of the back of the net, and it was giving us no goal. Giving us no goal. Do you know what I mean? All these sort of things that's happened. Do you know what I mean? So what's happened? The reason why Liverpool fans are screwing, and saying enough's enough. Because what happened Saturday is not just a one-off. This has been happening years to Liverpool. You know what I mean? Years. And what is it today? Some of these, I'm not being funny, I'm sorry I have to call them out, right? But some of these numbskull Spurs fans today, they just can't see it. They just can't see it. But you know what? They will see it when it happens to them. When it happens to them, don't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
Don't tell me nothing. When it happens to you, and it will happen to you. It will happen to Spurs. Don't get me wrong. It will happen to Spurs. Because what I saw on the field, and what I saw on the field on that Saturday, from the Liverpool players today, just made me more and more proud of them. I was so proud of them from that, right? Yeah. And that's why I felt sorry for sort of like Matip and they, obviously when he turned it into his own goal. You know, I couldn't really blame him today because he was literally defending all game and that. And it's just a mislapse of concentration. Do you know what I mean? And it can happen to anybody. That what Matip did, But the way Jurgen Klopp and his men out, the way Jurgen Klopp shuffled that team around, right? The way that Jurgen Klopp dominated the Spurs at the day for 10 men, dominated them. And he dominated them with 9 men because they couldn't break us down, right? And the way the players at the day put their heart and soul into the game at the day, it just made me have so much more respect for Liverpool Football Club as an institute. And that's my club. That is my club. You know what I mean? And this is why I love Liverpool. This is why I love Liverpool.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree with all the sentiments. I wish I know that you're not someone that this statement I'm about to say atones to, because like you're someone that loves the club, you know, through thick and thin. But I mean, also, I wish that at times I do wish that it didn't take this moment to be, you know, the watershed moment for all of us to like realize that this club has some real potential. And if we just got behind them and really try to project some positivity, or we could actually you know, enjoy the ride a little bit easier. But I totally agree with what you're saying.
You know something?
How that this moment wasn't where you had to be. Yeah, let's do it.
How are we able to like watch football now? I mean, someone please make me understand. How can you watch football now?
Exactly.
I can't. You know something? Yeah, it's like obviously every fan, Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Tottenham, Millwall, whoever. Yeah, they're all going to back. They're going to be biased towards their team and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But tell me, how do you actually take this seriously now? How do you actually take football and Premier League seriously? Yeah. You can't, because you don't know what they're really looking out for. It was conspiracies. It was issues with, at Arsenal. Why has it happened to Liverpool? Yeah. You know, when Saka's goal was offside. Why has it happened here against Tottenham? What is the conspiracy? There is a conspiracy, and there is something against Liverpool. And the thing is, you're going to get people are going to see a lot of Liverpool fans moan about it. The thing is, we can do two things. We can moan about it and show our thing, and people can join us in because hold up. The logical ones, that the real fans be like, hold up. It's not just Liverpool fans that are moaning. It's like the football as a whole. Because if this costs us, at the end of the season, because we're good enough to challenge. We're good enough to challenge. If you have that mentality, if you have that mentality,
if we lose.
The world is against us. You know what? Let's just go there. Just try to stuff people. And you're going to get VARs that's still going to be corrupted as hell and all that kind of stuff there, And it ends up costing us because of this game. What happens then? Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah. They haven't even said sorry. They've not even said sorry.
They have.
Have they? They just acknowledged.
Yeah, they give a weak ass excuse. But what? Sorry to cut.
I didn't get a card.
Even if they said sorry about it,
it makes no difference. Exactly.
What does that do for us? What does that do for us? It literally does.
How are you going to watch games now? How are you going to watch games from the armpit hairs, from the fingers, from the hands that can't be related? That can't score a goal. How can you take football seriously now? You can't.
Baz, I said on week 2 we already had an official apology and a rescinded red card by week 2.
There you go. How can you? This is what's control. The referees, and I'm just looking at it as a logical thing. The referees are there to protect players, to protect the team, to officiate a game. Yeah, they've wanted over the years. Football is a game, all right, where you go to the pub, all right, or you question things. Yeah, VAR didn't need to be in this. Yeah, but because it's a business and everyone is like, they're losing their jobs and stuff like that, they've made this to help the referees. And what happened on Saturday? To help the referees, they're not even talking to each other. And then what's going to happen is if there's a petition or something, all right, in England, they say that, you know what, like rugby, okay, you can hear them talk, yeah? It's going to expose them. And once it exposes them and stuff like that, and they know that things are wrong, yeah, it's going to look like a real idiot, D-head, organization. And now I can't take football seriously now because I'm going to go watch what's going to happen now, yeah? When we go and play Brighton next year, the referee's going to be lenient. I don't want no lenient referee. I want a man to manage the game properly, yeah? It's going to be lenient for the first week time straight again. It might happen to Aston Villa. It might happen to Manchester United, to Liverpool, to Arsenal, whatever. You can't take it seriously no more. I've fallen out of love because of this. And it's like, well, that's maybe reactionary. It's not reactionary because we had this last year, all right, with Jurgen Klopp, when Jurgen Klopp actually had the balls to talk and say something, yeah? Obviously, some fans were like, well, he's an idiot for doing that. Watch how he's going to suffer now. But in some ways, it's actually right because look what's happened. You can't even talk. The man had to be so cool on his interview after the game, yeah, because he knows it's going to cost him money if he opens his mouth. But yet these guys can't be held accountable. Nah, it's too corrupted. The Football Association, that's why I don't support England. And I was born and bred in this country. I don't deal with corruption. I don't deal with like people like who play household names because they bring money in. All right. I don't do the Premier League. All right. Just showed exactly what they were about on that Saturday. Yeah. Even Gary Neville. Yeah. Who is a Manchester United man through and through. All right. Was actually exposing them, saying that was too quick and ra-ta-ta.
When your rivals are speaking in your defense, that's something. When your rivals are saying things in your defense,
that is bad.
That's got to be a wake-up call to everyone that like these people don't. It's bad. The situation is a lot worse than people are allowed.
Nothing is going to happen. That's the thing. Completely. Nothing's going to happen. They're not going to scrap VAR. This guy's going to get a slap on his face here and then come back next week or the week after when things have died down, when Liverpool won a couple of two games or whatever, yeah? It's not going to change. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
Besides facts. And
I mean, the guy elbowed Robbo was back working a week later, whether it was you got to recognize the fact that both of these referees.
12, sorry to cut you. Yeah. The reason why he was back next week and everything was because nothing happened to him. There was no charges brought against him. He blatantly elbowed him. There was no charges brought against him. And then he was there refereeing. He was
take it easy,
VAR assistant and the VAR assistant. So I mean, you know what it is. And I just want to touch on what Barry's saying today, right? Because what Barry's saying today is so true, and I've been saying this for a very long time, and I'm so happy at the day, right, that somebody's speaking the same words that I've been speaking, and I've been saying this for a long time. Yeah, on Saturday night after the game, I was close to saying I actually said it. I said it today. I'm not going to do no Premiership games. Yeah. I'm not going to do no Premiership games. I'm just going to do like Europa Cup, FA Cup, and League Cup because those are the only competitions that day I see and they being refereed properly. The Premiership and there's too much money involved in the Premiership. And where you have loads of money, you have corruption. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, right. So, and what Barry's saying is true. What's going to happen at the day, right? This geezer at the day is going to get clip round the arrow, right? Liverpool get a few decisions at the day for them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They go on and win a couple of games, and everybody forget about it till next time. Till next time it happens. Do you understand what I'm saying? And this constantly happens again and again and again. And what is the point of watching football, watching your beloved team? What is the point if you know what's going to happen? You know there's going to be a bad call. You know one of your players will get sent off. You know at the end of the day you're going to probably draw or lose the game when you should have won. And it'd be down to the fact at the end of the officials at the end being against you.
You know another thing as well, Rods, yeah?
Yeah.
Man City, we're not talking about 1 or 2, 3, 4 charges. We're talking over 100 charges, and they can play football normally and still win trebles. They should be under investigation, but the Premier League won't allow, the Premier League are like, cool with that. You get me? Carry on, we'll investigate you after. Yeah, don't worry. Give us a couple of bits of money. Or money, we'll make it live. We'll make it cool. We'll make it
go away, man. We'll make it go away.
If that goal, okay, if Wolverhampton didn't beat Man City, do you think Diaz's goal would have stood?
Yeah, facts. Facts.
They are corrupted as F. Yeah.
What about Rodri against Everton, Baz? What about that? Did you see that when he blatantly handballed it and they didn't even go to VAR? Now, scenario, right? They get a penalty. Everton put that away.
It's not even a business.
They just say business now. Yes, to say Everton put that away. Yeah, that's 1-1. And they get a point out of the game. We win the league that season. We will win the league that season. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you see at the end of the day, so like there's things at play. There's, you know what it is? I have to say it. And there's dark forces at the end of the day at play in the day, right? Systematically at the end of the day to hold down Liverpool. I'll explain. 1992, when they built this league, right? They was fed up with Liverpool. They didn't want Liverpool anymore because of the fact that they about all the thing with Heysel and all that, yeah. And all these teams got kicked out of Europe. They didn't want Liverpool anymore, right? They wanted a new baby, and that was Man United, yeah. So Richard and they said, look, we're going to do everything in our power today to help Man United and help Man United. And one of the things that did to help him in the day, help Man United, they put Alex Ferguson, which was the manager of Man United, they put him on the board at the end of the day, right? The board of the Premiership. They put him on the board of the Premiership and for that. So you're telling me at the end of the day, right? A person at the day that's got a team in the race, and he's on the board of the on the board at the end of the day that controls this league, and you're telling me he hasn't got no influence in it? Okay. 2003 and then 2003, Chelsea comes into the league. And they got all this money, right? They knew exactly at the end of the day what Chelsea was all about. I promise you, they knew what it was all about. They knew he was dodgy as fuck. They knew it from that, right? But you know what it was? He had put in money into the British economy and everything that. That's why they let him in. He was allowed to buy anybody, do anything he wants. Yeah, right. The only reason at the day they got rid of Abramovich is because when Russia invaded Ukraine. That's the only reason. So Britain had to make themselves look good. So you know what? We can't have one of the older guards here in British football and for that because it doesn't look good for us. So they got rid of him. Yeah. But meanwhile, at the end of the day, they still had Man City at the end of the day that was allowed to come into the league at the end of the day, right? Yeah. Check it out. Allowed to come into the league, right? They've done all that stuff and they're supposed to get banned from Europe. Yeah. For some improprieties, yeah? They're supposed to get banned from Europe, right? They got banned. They appealed against it. But not only did they appeal against it, right? They had a closed appeal. It was closed. Nobody could come in, yeah? Then all of a sudden, these people are coming out and saying that look, we decided just to fine them and let them go and do what they're doing. And Jose Mourinho comes out and goes, well, it's either they did something wrong or they didn't do nothing wrong, yeah? If they didn't do anything wrong, why are you fining them? And if they did do something wrong, they shouldn't be allowed back into Europe and that. Meanwhile, they come back into Europe with 115 charges against them and win trebles and this and that. And everybody's talking about how the fact that Man City are the best club ever. Pep Guardiola is the best manager ever. Do you know what I mean? You see what is it? They got their people and that they want to sort of glorify and prop up and for this league to represent this league and Liverpool's not one of them, because I feel, and I'll stand by this, right? On Saturday at the end of the day, right, the top hierarchy at the end of the day knew at the end of the day they weren't going to lose this game. They was told at the end of the day they wasn't going to lose this game. By no counts, you were not going to lose this game. You may draw, but you're not going to lose this game. You know what I mean? Don't worry, we got your back. The Aston Villa game was the same. Because what happened at the day with Aston Villa in the day, right? You telling me at the day, sort of like Tyrone Mings could be so bold and incumbent to fly kick some of these players and just stood there and just stand there. He knew he wasn't going to get any yellow card or nothing. He knew it. And what happened? Didn't even get a talking to. Even when Gapper pulled up his top and showed him the studs. Showed him the studs and everything.
Carry on. It's all right. That's all it is. And you know this what you just put up about breaking news, all right? Howard Webb. Howard Webb, is in charge of this thing, isn't he as well? Yeah. What is he going to do? So what if they actually say, you know what? Let's release it. That's going to be the transparency thing, But what do you do to make it wrong? It's like if I have a car accident, and it was my fault, I'm going to say you're not supposed to, because obviously insurance won't like it, You put yourself right. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Now I have two options: either go for insurance or settle out of court. Now that is what you got to do. So what are they going to do to settle out of court? Because it's going to damage them. Are they going to give us 3 points, or are they going to give us like a goal so it becomes a draw? They're not going to do that because it's going to involve a whole can of worms for other clubs who would question it as well. And they've got a lot of big solicitors. And not only that, I swear Howard Webb got one team to play, to do a replay, like a rematch or something like that. Well, it was something like that along those lines.
Something like that. I heard.
So
no, you know what it was. You know what was bad. You know what it was. Do you remember the Brighton and Man United game?
Yeah.
When they actually restarted it, they restarted it and gave Man United a penalty. Because what it was, the guy handballed it, right, when it come in, he did handball it, but the whistle went. The whistle actually went, right? And they finished, the game finished. But they went over to the VAR and watched on the camera and they saw that the guy handballed it. They restarted the game, Baz.
How can it be, big up, bro. And how can this be possible? How can it be possible where, where someone has said, like, I thought the goal was given from the on field. Why would you even check it then? All right, you're checking it or whatever, but you know what? They've got earpieces. They can talk. Did you give the goal? Yes or no? Stop the match. Even if it's 20 minutes, where you got to do something, you officiate you officiate the football correctly. And Spurs as well. On top of that, they need to look at Spurs as well for their conduct with all of this, How are you at a big stadium like theirs, a proper stadium like that, showing replays, all right, of a player the same way that they showed it, all right, that it looked bad, and not question about putting a player's life in danger? As this guy's walking to the tunnel because he's got sent off, you got some loony Spurs fan or Liverpool fan or whoever, could easily attack this guy, jump off and attack him. That is something as well that needs to be held, that needs to be looked at, players' safety.
They didn't even show the thing about sorry to cut you out, just 1 second. The thing is about that situation, even when they showed the thing with Curtis Jones, they didn't show all of it. Do you know what I mean? Had they shown all of it, do you know what I mean? They wouldn't have get the red card because they'd have seen it and day that he's gone for the challenge and his foot at the day it's rolled on the ball. The ball itself is taking him into sort of an angle, the guy's ankle, right? And what's actually happened? What they've done it slowly, but they've done it from that bit, just that bit there, and they free framed it, so it looks worse than what it is. Do you know what I mean, Baz? It looks really worse than what it is, and that's what Gary Neville was saying. Gary Neville was saying, Why aren't you showing all of it? Why are you just showing this bit? Show all of it. Do you know what I mean? So the intent was there. They were look right. You know what? We want this guy off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I said that when I was watching the game. You could see him walking over the screen, and that was there up on the screen. But with Baz, this was the thing. You mentioned it earlier on. This is what I would have always said about this. When you make a decision like this, that has a consequence like that, it is can of worms, because people are saying replay, award 3 points, do this, do that. They're so backed into a corner. It's like, well, if we give Liverpool a replay, then every single fucking week, someone's going to want a replay. And guess what? What if there's a mistake made in that replay? Do you replay the replay? So this stuff, like this is the biggest can of worms ever. So they're not going to open it up. No. They're not going to give 3 points to Liverpool, because if they give 3 points to Liverpool, they have to give 3 points to everyone else. They have to replay for everybody else, and everyone else will make something happen. It's like, it is, yeah. It's just the biggest can of worms ever that are just going to crawl into a little corner and try their best to give Liverpool what they want. Here's some audio and have a bit of that. Oh, and what do? They demote a ref for a week. That's what they do. And sorry, no, one thing, the guy from that match, he's doing the VAR on Chelsea tonight.
The thing is, Brian, you know what? How can you watch? How can you actually watch football now? How can you actually? Because you know what is right, yeah. Like you said, it is going to open a can of worms for sure, and it's just they're not going to do it for Liverpool. You know what I mean? They're not going to do it for big guys.
Right, exactly. They won't do it for us, man. Exactly. They're not doing it for us.
Yeah, but what they're going to do now is they're not going to make things right because it costs too much money. There's controversy to it. There's this, there's that. You know, people will even go back to like when VAR first started, when there was technical glitches, and say, well, hold up, you're doing this now, but why don't you do that for 3 games? So yes, I do understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make it's so destroyed now.
No, it doesn't make it right. Absolutely, it doesn't make it right. It does not make it right. It doesn't. No way. No.
We still in our next game, or a game after that, we're still going to have VAR now. So it's completely flawed. From a mistake like this, and they didn't set an example of this guy. They demoted him and whatever. He needs to be named and shamed. Okay.
Baz, I said it when Howard Webb came out and said, not Howard Webb, Mike Dean. When Mike Dean came out and said, I didn't make a call because of the pressure that his ref friend was on. The second that came out, burn it to the ground. Stop it. Rip it down. Start it again. Because he's coming in saying it's flawed. The second this guy admits that, the whole thing is done for me. Because you've got guys in the office going, dude, do we really want to fuck him over again this week? He got slaughtered last week. That's not a system. This is the richest. People are arguing earlier on about whether it's the best league in the world or not. It's the richest league in the world. Okay? It's got the most money involved in it. Everybody from top to bottom, winning the Premier League, losing the Premier League, you earn more money than most winners of other leagues across Europe. The team that finishes bottom of the Premier League earns more than the winner of almost every other league in Europe, bar 1 or 2. Yeah. It's huge money. Best subjective. The money is there. It's a huge money league. So that's why you're having these decisions. That's why you've got all this focus on it. But as soon as one referee like Howard Dean can sit there and not feel like doing the dirty on his friend that day, and that affects that league that has all that money on it, that has to go. It has to be ripped up and start again. At that moment, he's exposed the fatal flaw in VAR. It's mates not wanting to mess over or fuck over their other friends. It's a fatal human error in the system that needs to be removed. But get a separate group of people. Get a completely separate group of people looking at the VAR to the referee people. That's the only way it's ever going to be anyway independent. And I don't see how that can happen because all those people would have to be qualified referees. Exactly. So it's a small group of people that are actually qualified to do that.
They police themselves.
Yeah, and it's the thin blue line. And look, anyone that's ever been part of a group or a gang or anything will know that if you're in a group that's been abused and is under pressure, you're going to close ranks and you're going to support your friends and you're going to back your friends And that's just human nature to do that. So that's what refs are doing, and we should realize that refs are doing that, and that's not good for VAR. That's not healthy for VAR. I don't know how the fuck you fix this shit, because I said it from day one. You can have two people looking at a video all day long, and they're not always going to agree on it. So if you can't get the basic, simplest, stupid, that thing the other day where, oh, we thought you asked us, was it a goal or not? No, I was asking whether it was offside or not. This is clown college stuff. This is like clown college stuff.
You can't fix it, Brian. That's the thing. It can't be fixed now because they've invested too much money, and they're going to realize that, you know what, it has fundamental problems. Yeah, they won't do it, and that's why, like I said, I can't take football seriously, and I'm not being reactionary. I'm just being real about it. It just can't. There was one time Firmino, even with the lines and everything, the guy was onside, they still ruled it offside or whatever. You can't score or whatever with your hands or whatever, That is something that, simple logics would tell you that goal stands. Okay? This was simple logics. And yes, we're not all perfect. You, Brian, might get something wrong one day, all right? Well, it's so obvious. Anfield, Uncle Rod's, 12th man, me. But you know what? When you do it in such a catastrophic way, and in a televised game where you got Sky Sports cameras, everything, the Premier League, Sky Sports, and all these people have to be held accountable for this.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You know what it's like? It's like that night they gave the Oscars to the wrong people.
Look,
you know what it's like? It's like that night they gave the Oscars to the wrong people.
It's the reason.
It's like, how can you get something that fucking wrong? It's just basic.
No, you're thinking of Steve Harvey. You're thinking of Steve Harvey.
No, when they gave it to the other thing on that midnight, they gave it to the other. They were supposed to give it to midnight.
Steve Harvey.
Yeah, midnight. It's just like this is like we understand minor, micro stuff, but this is like, how can you get that of all? Like, there's no point in this stuff if we're like. Baz will remember this. Roz will remember this. Do you remember what people were saying? I'm not saying you won't because it's an English thing. That there'll be nothing to argue about down the pub on a Monday because VAR will clear everything up. Oh, everything will just be perfect now because you watch it on a video and go, oh yeah, that was a foul. How's that going?
It can't even be perfect.
How's that going?
The life.
Well, let me get into some of these chats. I don't.
Yeah, go on, True.
Go ahead, finish what you got to say, Baz, and then I'm going to get into some of these chats.
All right, just quickly. I was just going to say, you know what? Why we love football is because it's a talking point. You can talk about things. So if you think, okay, well, you take that soul out of football now, you can't really talk about the pub now, But then what you do is you put something that's supposed to be perfect and accurate, and even when that fails, what does it bring you to?
It makes it worse. That's the worst thing about VAR is we thought it was going to make it better, and it's actually made it worse. That's my problem with it.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to fix things, and it hasn't. It's just made things worse.
Right. It's made it actually worse. I definitely. That's the reason why I brought up the initial statement about the fact that Clattenburg's saying about this is an inexperienced referee. Well, that alone tells me that Howard Webb.
What's he doing?
This is on you. What are you doing putting an inexperienced referee in the marquee game of the week? What are you putting an inexperienced referee in any game in the Premier League? Send him down to championship, or send him down to some different level where he can get the understanding of the game. But you can't have inexperienced referees refereeing in big time matches that are going to have impacts. And that's the reason why I believe that Liverpool right now currently are suing the PGMOL. Because it's the same reasons why, with all these different allegations that Baz spoke of earlier, for instance, when the teams that missed out, for instance, on the Champions League because of the cheating of the teams, they're going to sue because they're going to say, because you allowed for the cheating, we didn't get the revenue. They did. They got the revenue. So if anything, we're going to get paid one way or another. And that's how they look at it. And they rightfully so should look at it. But let me get into some of these comments because they address a lot of what you guys are saying. And some of them really, really have some really, really great points. Robbie's saying VAR and ref merchants want to be stars of the show. I've said that from the very beginning. It's something that is prevalent here in America when it comes to like baseball, sometimes basketball too. These referees, they want to be the star of the show, so they'll exaggerate calls, or they'll like, when they're making the calls, or they'll try to like bring the spotlight on them because they know that their importance is so great. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. Marion is saying when her hubby doesn't roast her when Liverpool lose, but says Liverpool were robbed, but most importantly, football was robbed, which I think is a great statement. Was robbed. I knew that it was really bad. Yeah. That's what Baz. That's what Brian. That's what Rod's have both been saying. All been saying. Realism Jared says the only rival content creator who understands these calls are killing the game and agrees with LFC taking his stance is Mark Goldberg, which is spot on. I mean, I don't like Goldberg simply because he's a rival, supports a rival team. But hey, you know what? It is something if you don't speak out on it when it happens to others, then guess what? You're just going to be setting yourself up for when it happens to you to not do the same. Let's see. Redbird D9 says other teams get mugged, but it's usually one or two times here and there. We were mugged for 96 minutes. This is unprecedented. That's why this, in his opinion, is worse. I already showed you the audio.
I was just going to say, if you speak out, you either get fined. You get fined if you speak out, or if you speak out as a fan, you're going to get ridiculed by some fans. But in this circumstances, obviously, like people are actually sympathizing with Liverpool at this moment, is because they realize deep down that they are now questioning some of their decisions in their games. That hold up, you know what? I feel for them.
It's happened to them.
Yeah, exactly. So as a whole, football is destroyed.
Yes.
Something like this, and every year they get more money to improve the system. If this happened the first bit of VAR when it first started, you might think wankers or whatever, fix it up, But now it gets worse, and it's already established and it's been used even in World Cups. Pisses me off, man.
Can I just throw in one fact as well to show you where we're at as well, and why people have a problem with this? That there is issues in football. In 22 draws, in 22 cup draws, right? The last 22 cup draws, domestic cup draws, FA Cup, League Cup, 22. Man United have never had an away draw in the last 22 cup draws.
No corruption, Noah.
Exactly. I said this.
Are you saying the balls
warm
balls are a little bit more weighted down?
Warm balls. Let's just call it warm balls.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
You know what it is? I said this long time ago, right? I said this long time ago that the system and they with even the FA Cup like draws and everything that, right? Where even like Champions League, and you see like Man United and they getting easy draws in their group, and we're getting hard ones. Like
big up, Asha.
About 2 seasons ago, in the day when we got to the final, we had the group of death. We had the Italian champions, we had the Portuguese champions, and we had the Spanish champions, all in one group. And they thought we were going to wither, but you know what? We come out of that group there with a clean record, 100% clean record. We beat them both up. Beat all those teams that are home and away. While all these other teams, all these other teams, and they get these dibby little sort of like teams, right? And they're supposed to be classed as the best. No, it's rigged, man. It's rigged.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you, Man United's Champions League group for the last 22 years. Copenhagen, Roma, and Ajax. That's a Man United. All these teams that should, they look like they're top teams, but no, it's Roma, Panathinaikos, Copenhagen, or some random German team. So,
do you know what?
It's just going to be that much more enjoyable.
what Uncle Rod said.
We
It'll
beat
be
big
that much
teams.
more enjoyable when they get knocked out by those teams. That's
Yeah, we beat big teams. We win big trophies, beating big teams, tough groups.
Let me get through a little bit more of these. Let me get through a little bit more of these. There's a few more of these comments I wanted you guys to see. And I also wanted to make sure that I show love to the Mighty Red Army here. Look, this is what Robbie's saying. In the Palace United midweek Caribou Cup game, United should have had a pen, but nothing was given. These VAR and ref merchants don't care who they screw up, which is the truth.
Mercenaries.
Redbird saying after their apology and rescinded red card, things got worse. For us, somebody explain why this is so. I think we're all commenting on that exactly. This is something sad and scary.
Eggs in their faces. That's what it is. That's the answer to that one. Egg in their faces. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, screw Liverpool over. Yeah, they won over us.
Also saying, Redbird's also saying audio will be digital. This is from my comment earlier about how they're going to be releasing the audio apparently. Able to prove out will be mugged off. Will be mugged off again. Oh wow! I hope not. And the reason why too, it says need to hire foreign refs and an independent VAR body. Rondo Red, that's spot on. I think a lot of us are in that camp, have been in that camp, or at least by now have gravitated towards being in that camp, if not at all.
Foreign fans.
There was I made a comment about how that it'll be difficult. I made a comment earlier that it will be difficult to possibly doctor or have an edited version of the audio because Jamie Carragher and so would and Neville would both they hear so a lot of people think, oh, they're just smart. No, they're listening to the actual.
They could be paid off. So even if
I know there's going to be some comments that are going to agree with you completely, Baz, because like realistically, they're saying they hear the commentary between the ref and VAR. They're listening to what they're saying, and they get to. That's why they know whether it's going to be a penalty, whether it's not going to be a penalty. They understand whether it's going to be a card. They understand that all because they're hearing the actual audio. So, Realism Jared says, this is directed to me. He says Neville has already backtracked. They will not go against the establishment. Their livelihoods are on the line. They have to toe the line eventually and revisit their initial reactions. It's very, very sad because that's the truth with everything and anything that we do. There's things that I'm going to be saying in these podcasts that are going to be held against me if I ever want to get an interview or if I'm ever going to be conducting an interview with the team or player with the league. That's completely true, and it's difficult to hold that line for a lot of different pundits.
You need robots. The thing is, you know what? You need robots. That's the only way that's going to be impartial. You need robots doing the system. All the money that they use.
All right.
Let them invest.
If you think that, this statement's for you then. This statement's for you then. Realism Jared says, and this was directed originally to Redbird, but he said, no, we do not. I guess do not need robot refs. Robot refs will be a lever and a shock to all football fans. A machine doesn't have emotions. It knows the rules and will apply them, which is true. I mean, like, you want it to be like cut and dry, black and white. That's a foul. That's not a foul. It's going to be robots aren't going to be able to factor in, emotions.
Yeah, but that's what it's become. Yeah. That's what it's become now. It's become that because you trust humans, yeah? Humans make mistakes and cost you lots of money, cost you jobs, cost you, all sorts, yeah? So you do need robots. Robots are like a big realism, yeah? Obviously, we banter about you making the robots and stuff like that in the chats and stuff. Big up to you, bro, yeah? But I'll tell you something. At least a robot, yeah? You're guaranteed facts. That's what VAR was, a robot in some ways. Like controlled by humans doing their lines and whatever, yeah? But it's a robot because you know what? You can't fake a line unless you edit it or whatever, yeah? Just to screw something up and it's just not worth it. But you know something? At least with a robot, yeah? You're guaranteed. Because football is becoming soulless anyway. It's becoming soulless. It's become soulless since 1992, since the Premier League. It became about money. About money. It's soulless now. You got clubs like if Luton Town got bought out by a rich Arab now, yeah, there's no love in it no more. For the fans, they might be, yeah, we've got bare money and stuff like that, yeah. But in real life, it's not a football, it's not a game anymore. It's not a game anymore.
Yeah, true.
Can one thing on the robots?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think the problem, Baz, that like with that is that even with all of that, you're talking about 98% of stuff, because there'll be a tackle or a foul where me and you, both as Liverpool fans, could sit down and watch the same video from every angle 15 times, and you could still be sitting there going, that's a foul, and I could be sitting there going, I don't think that's a foul, Baz. And that's what you have. Even with all the technology and with all the videos, there's always still going to be something where it comes down to two guys sitting in a room going, because that's football. You're going to have that in football. Yeah. So, even with that, you'll never get rid of it all. Like, I'm fully on for it. I don't understand why we don't have chips in players' boots or in their jerseys and a chip in the ball, and we know whether something's offside instantly. Like the guys were saying that they did that thing in the World Cup where it was all AI on the offside and they got everything right pretty much straight away. Like, why can't we have the technology that goes for that? But there's still always going to be something that a robot will just come up and still go error or, 50-50 or undecided because intent and how it goes. That's why you've got to have a referee that can watch a game and look at the flow of a game and look at the flow of a tackle, look at the impact, look at all of those things and go,
though, Brian, and look what happened. I hear what you're saying and I agree with it. Pretty much.
This is the thing, Baz, we're not ever going to get perfect.
But this is what they need to understand and scrap things like VAR, because it's not perfect now. It's never going to be perfect. And
I don't want it either. Yeah, I don't want it either. I want it for offsides. I don't want it for all this other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Checking what someone scored a goal, but they've brought it back here because there was a foul leading up to it. No, when you had goal line technology, it only activates if that ball has crossed the line or whatever. Yeah, that's what
works.
Yeah, they rely too much on VAR.
Yeah, goal line technology, it works. Use it. Brilliant. Fine. Yeah. The rest of it,
you're right.
It still comes down to people talking about it 5 days later. Then it's obviously not doing the job properly. Right.
Realism Jared says it correctly. I think says VAR is not the problem. It is the human element of VAR that's the problem.
It's always been problem. Yeah, exactly. I just want to reiterate that it isn't VAR. It's the human element is the issue. VAR watching stuff. Yeah. It's just the fact that it's humans making.
It's the robot side of it is getting it right. The human element side, all right, isn't. And that's the problem. So even if you had like robotic referees around the pitch, okay, I do get what you're saying. Even then, it can be corrupted or the software might not work on a day or something like that, But
we've all had Windows 98, but
yeah. So it's mate, it's a headache, man. It's a headache.
Yeah, I know. It's we just gotta accept that there's never going to be a right way or a perfect way, and how do we eat our dinner? How do we get away with this? What's the easiest way to swallow it? I don't know. Too much technology, not enough.
Let me just read off. No, you're absolutely right. Brian. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's very difficult to, even with technology, to make it a perfect. And I don't expect anyone to say we're going to have a perfect game. But I mean, like, I think that the whole reference or whole statement of a beautiful game has definitely been hurt by a lot of what we've been seeing lately in the Premier League, at least. It certainly hasn't been presented as a beautiful game. Let me just read off. I got like 3 or 4 more comments here. I want to get all. 3 or 4 more comments here. Redbird saying 12th man Neville has already tried to backtrack on his support for us, so I'm guessing they will be shut up or face losing their highly lucrative contracts, and they won't want that, will they? Let's see. Liverpool 12th man, but I don't. At the end of the day, trust the pundits who have their cushy jobs that they want to keep. That was from Marion. I agree. And then this is also from Rondo Red. Mark Clattenburg, this is, I spoke about this earlier, on ESPN said Hooper shouldn't have reffed that game. Not enough experience. He called him inexperienced. Not even not enough experience. He called him inexperienced. He also said VAR should have yelled, "Stop the game." It was a good goal. They should have, but they were too busy apparently going back for a second round of donuts because they officially are donuts.
They took a dump in the toilet.
That was just absolutely crazy. Incredible that they did that. I think, yeah. Do you think he was on the toilet? Maybe he was on the toilet trying to watch, and he's like watching another game on his phone.
He must have been watching some like porn website or something like that, bruvs, and jacking off to it, bruvs. I mean, not focusing on what they're supposed to be flipping watching.
This is up there with the beach ball. This is up there with the beach ball.
Oh.
It's like, this is obvious. Stop the game and start. It's just, it's pure incompetence. Yeah. It really is. It's just so depressing how bad these people can be at their jobs. And
if you make a cock up like that in your job, you're guaranteed you're not having a job tomorrow.
Baz, I've been a fucking chef for 15 years. If I even go near that level of incompetence, I'm in prison, man.
You're done.
I'm in prison, man. I'm poisoning people. And these guys are going, you can just go and work in KFC for a week and then come back.
Stop that, man.
Oh, fuck, come on, like that's the punishment. 1 week ref in a championship game.
Yeah, you know what's kind of crazy about too.
Go on, tough man.
He's got
He's stuck. He's frozen in it.
Is he frozen?
Frozen.
Yeah. No. Pull up another browser.
Don't open other windows, man. You've got 3 people in a StreamYard. You're not going to be able to do anything else.
I know.
Unless you've got some kind of stupid computer there.
But no, what I was going to say is this: is that you said something earlier too. It is pretty simple. It has a little cape on the back of it. But no, seriously. What I was going to, it seems that I've seen people, especially like I remember I went off on Craig Burley, for instance, because he hates it when Klopp opens his mouth and says anything. Sometimes even Stevie Nichols says the same, And what was so crazy about it is that I'm gonna bring Bajan in a second. What is so crazy about it is that there's no way that any of this is getting addressed or even talked about sometimes unless he does that. Unless we hear our manager coming out and saying what he says and being reprimanded by other people and other rivals and other pundits for opening his mouth about a concern about our club, who else is going to say it? Who else is going to do it? This is why I don't have a problem with when he does that. I'm going to bring up Robbie's question. Robbie, I'm going to bring your question down for 1 second, but I will bring it back up.
He did
because I wanted to say hello to Bajan Barnes LFC representing Bajan Reds TV.
Big up, fellas.
What's that?
Klopp did that already, bro. He called them out already, and look at what's happening. He called them out already, and look what's happening. They got a vendetta against Liverpool and
Klopp. Yeah. No, I know.
Right? Listen,
Mr. Blue.
So do you think that do you have that whole back conspiracy? Do you hold that conspiracy that it's just what we're seeing now is it's not a conspiracy.
Yes.
It's just facts.
No, man.
Okay.
The proof is
I know. And Miraz already told us.
Too many times it's happened now against us. Bogus calls against bogus calls. They keep calling us Liverpool, but the calls that we do get regarding for VAR is actual calls that we should have gotten because the original call was the wrong call. Yeah. It's not that we get favorable calls. We got the correct calls.
Yeah.
Just the shameless fans that don't like Liverpool like to bring that up, but they don't like to speak the facts. That freaking well game on Saturday was absolutely atrocious. And I'll tell you what, don't even wait for the audio because all you're going to hear is a remixed version of One Blood from Junior Reid, bro. You're going to edit that back. That's all you're going to hear. You ain't hearing nothing other than that. Straight and plain. Those guys as corrupt can be, bro.
One blood.
I got no time for that. None.
With the game, in it as well.
Right.
Bunch of assholes. Excuse my French.
You know what it is.
Here's what you need to do to fix the problem.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
So you heard it here.
Offside lines like World Cup.
Official.
One, two.
Official. Bejan Barnes saying that. Yeah.
No more Premier League referees behind the VAR counter. Independent group. Then it will fix and it will get better in England. That's it.
You know what though, Barnes? The problem with that is you're right.
You're gone.
You're right. You're 100% right. The only problem with that, Barnesy, is basically the only way to get those kind of people is people who are not footballing people. But then that's going to be a problem because they have to be footballing people to know the rules. Because if you get someone that's footballing, they're going to be either Manchester United fans, Liverpool fans, Tottenham fans, Millwall fans, or whatever. You need basically someone that does not like football and to do the right thing.
Facts.
Yeah.
And even that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I mean, you also look at it too.
It's like finding what do they call it? An impartial jury. It's like finding an impartial jury.
Exactly.
How do you go to a Manchester, Liverpool, or London and find someone who is qualified to ref, but isn't a referee, but will work for VAR? I mean, like when you actually start working through the physical mechanics of these things, when you start striking off people, you're left in a position where, who else can we bring in? Like, where is the disconnect? This is what I don't see. Is we're all looking at the symptoms now. We're all looking at what's happening, manifesting itself every week, where these things are going wrong. So we need to start reverse engineering this thing, and it might take 10 years, but how can we change this to the point where we don't have where we are now? Because we can't flick a switch and change it overnight. That's not possible. So how do we get to the root of this and make sure that these things in 10 years' time aren't a problem? And is that a utopia? Is that a world we can? Is that something that is achievable? Will any of us ever be happy? No, of course we won't. We're football fans. We'll never be happy. But you can't have this nonsense like we had at the weekend. We can take the odd thing here or there that's like, look, you can see why he got that wrong. But this stuff at the weekend where that's supposed to be done away with, this is supposed to be a breathalyzer test. Was he over or was he under? No. It's supposed to be no mistake. DNA. No mistake.
But Brian,
now we're still making these mistakes.
Can I interject something real quick? Brian, when you say... and I get what you're saying, Brian, but what I want to interject is this, is that I know he's realizing Jared's spamming the robot ref into it.
Hope you're building one.
We don't see these same issues. The level of concern with refereeing is not at this level of criticism or level of dire concern in Germany, for instance. Or like in other leagues, we're not seeing. Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that you possibly would have heard a lot more about this, or this would be, if this was at a fever pitch that it is in Barclays in the Premier League. If it was the same in the Bundesliga, you most likely would have heard something about this. But we're not. We're not hearing these same concerns that we're hearing in time, week after week, game after game. And I'm not talking about one selective incident. We're talking about multiple incidents sometimes in a week. It's gotten to the point where now we're all expecting apology every week from the PGMOL.
Yeah. MOL. No, not in Germany, you won't. And in fairness, like in the game of how to run a football league properly, you're always going to lose if someone plays Germany in top trumps because they run their league properly. and it's a brilliant league with stadiums full of people, fan-run clubs, 51 owners or 49-51 ownership. So that will always beat most leagues. The German league is a brilliant league. Apart from the fact that anyway. But look at Italy. Look at Spain.
Roger Wright is saying the most qualified refs are mostly German, and I hear Albanian and Egyptian refs are also very solid.
Look at Italy and look at Spain. But look at Italy and look at Spain. You have corruption every year. Corruption scandals all the time. So this idea that there's this perfect group of referees out there somewhere, Germany is just a good corruption. Yeah, I mean,
it's a different style of corruption.
Yeah, we don't get these things in Germany, but like there's corruption beats conspiracy. Incompetence beats conspiracy 99% of the time. So I still am at the stage where this is incompetence, not conspiracy. So you've just got a lot of fucking idiots trying to I can't understand. I'm with Baz, I'm with everybody else. I just can't understand how these I'm looking at stuff going, this is just, it's incomprehensible. You can't explain this stuff other than just go, hopefully these guys are the worst people at their job on the planet, but then they're doing their job in the best league apparently on the planet. I have no words for this. I have no explanation for this. It doesn't add up.
Brian, spot on.
Hey, Paige.
Yo.
Yeah.
So Pop.
I was going to ask. I was going to ask you this.
Give me a set there, 12 man. Give me a set. Pop said it perfectly.
Yeah, do it.
Yesterday on our show. The incompetence is the problem, because a few years ago Villa played Sheffield, and because of incompetence and a lack of goal line technology that was not on, Sheffield went down into the championship and lost millions of dollars because of incompetence.
Yep. Yeah.
So you're spot on.
That.
Spot on.
Yep.
If anyone costs a company money, your tail is getting fired. You are on the breadline looking for work. These guys need to be held accountable. Like 12 man, you're in the US, so you're like me. In the NBA, the referees hold each other accountable. They put something out called the last 2 minutes at the end of every game. And if there's mess ups by the ref, their own guys call them out.
Yeah,
and
they
it's put
get
in the
demoted.
Media. And it holds them accountable.
Yep.
But these guys don't hold each other accountable. They back each other, support each other up. And that is wrong. It's the wrong mentality.
Circle the wagons, man. Circle the wagons.
Yeah, exactly. And it's never going to fix.
They do circle the wagons.
Exactly. You take away, first off, VAR from the referees from being in control of it, and it goes directly to the to independent group. Then you're going to get a lot more transparency, and then you want to put more established referees on the pitch, because this clown that refed us, his last game that he refed was the same game that Onana cross-body checked the Wolves player for a penalty. He didn't call nothing, and he got suspended.
Shabby. It's just shabby.
Right? So now this is two major games that he's had a huge...
Well, I would like to hear Uncle Rod's and Bejan's... What I was going to ask you guys is this, is that so I know when, and Jacob's not here to necessarily defend himself, so I'm not going to bag on him or anything like that. This isn't a shot at him or anything like that. What I am saying is this, is that, I know that a lot of Spurs, fans or people, and especially because I was on the show and he was ripping me about this too, about they keep bringing up the point about last year when Skip got hit from Hatta, right? But what was very interesting is, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I have had the picture up for pretty much the entirety of the show, and that is Skip doing exactly what was just called a red card, basically, and there's no ball involved. It's not like he won the ball. It's not like he slipped over the ball, but basically doing exactly what Curtis Jones got a red card for. Okay?
Exactly.
Exactly. So
if this is where we're at in the sense of it's selective. It's selective mind. It's a selective when it comes to remembering how we got to where we got. That's what my point is.
Yeah, Jacob needs to put the entire thing into context, because you're absolutely right. Oliver Skip got away with a red card offense and didn't even see a yellow card on that play. Nearly broke Diaz's ankle when he just came back from injury. Okay?
Yeah.
The foul with Jota, which should have been a red card, that was the high boot, was on the same individual that shouldn't even been on the pitch to begin with.
That's what I was saying.
So you have to put the entire thing into context. Don't go to the Jota thing, because the Jota thing would not have happened if he was correctly sent off, which he should have. And you're right. There's no ball there. He stood on his foot. Movement of gravity with the ball on with Jones is going to push him forward. That is going to happen. He has no control over that. So for me, and I've said it on our show, it's a yellow card only. That's it. Yellow card.
You know what it is? You know what it is? That's what I said. That's what I said. That's exactly what I said, right? I thought it was Kulusevski. My bad, yeah. That's what I'm saying. And it was Oliver Skip. Yeah, they will keep on showing that. Do you know what I mean? But what they fail to understand is that specific player should not be on the pitch anyway. Do you know what I mean? So let's be fair. Let's be fair. And you know what it is at the day? I'm not being funny in the day, right? Yeah, not being funny. I'm just gonna call it what it is in the day, right? With Spurs fans in the day, right? Yeah, because they don't win anything. Yeah, I haven't won anything since 2008. Yeah, any small victory they get, no matter how it happens, yeah, they have to glorify it. They have to get it, and they have to take it. You know what I mean? You got Spurs fans that they putting out stuff at the end of the day, right, on YouTube and which is very suggestive. And that one there is one of them at the end of the day. But obviously it's the other way around what Jota done to him. Yeah? And he's got like a thing where sort of like I say Mane was apparently offside, and he's got another one. And I thought to myself, well, what about at the end of the day one? At the end of the day, you got that one that done. Number two, what about Harry Kane at the day when he dived into Robertson, 2-footed, grazed his foot and everything that, and if he did catch him full on, breaks his leg, end of career. Yeah, right. What about sort of like when Song scored a goal against us, yeah, and that was offside, but he was still given. Do you know what I mean? So really and truly, at the day, if you want to come up with shit about what we supposedly got away with, I've got a load of stuff at the day that you've got away with, because at the day, right, you're not a very good team. And
bruv, it's not even. You know what? Don't waste your energy, bro. Don't waste your energy on Spurs or anything like that.
That's a shot fired.
Why would you? Why would you? They're bang average club. Right?
You can't go down to one better, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you, Baz. They're a bang average. They're bang average club.
Baz, how about this play right here? When
I was now going to get to that. Virgil van Dijk.
I'm not even going to go to that extent to say that they're bang average.
How about the yellow card? The waving. Why is he not?
I think what their coach is doing.
Penalty.
Yep. Listen,
I was going to ask though, with this challenge. This challenge here was basically the same kind of challenge that got VVD a red card.
Exactly.
Okay? This challenge here was basically the same challenge that got VVD a red card. But yet this challenge inside the box on Gomez doesn't even get a card.
12th man.
And on top of that, they incorrectly called it, I think it was
look at that.
They messed up on the call.
Look at that picture that you've just put up there, yeah? Do you know what will happen? All right, and on another day, yeah, it looks like Gomez has challenged him and hurt his ankle. That's what you got to see now. That is something that we should have got a penalty for, yeah? But if you freeze frame it like you just did there, yeah, it looks like he's actually damaging the guy's left leg.
That is why I made the comment, because you're right, Baz, and Udogi with the waving of a card to the referee. The rule book state for this year that if you do that, it's an automatic yellow, which would have given him his second yellow, and he would have been sent off.
Thank you.
So Jota would have not been sent off because Udogie would have been off the pitch already. Furthermore, this one should have been another one. The other one is that Jota was an idiot for going in on the second tackle that gave him the yellow. However, it shows the inexperience of the referee that was not really a bad foul. He barely touched him. You could have been subjective and says, you know what, this team's down 10 already. Can any of you on the panel, Brian, 12th man, Rods, Baz, can you tell me the last time in the Premiership that a team was down 9 men?
Long time. No. It's been a long time. But the fact is that there's a cut you. The fact is with Jota at the day, I honestly think at the day, like Jota at the day was going for the ball. So I wouldn't be, me personally, I wouldn't be too hard on him. Do you know what I mean? Because I honestly think he was going for the ball. But the fact is that in days, like
I think it might have been Alisson.
And Doggy did that. Again at the day when he's robbed Salah of the ball, and he didn't think at the day that Salah had enough gumption, enough technique at the day to get the ball back from him. So he got the ball back from him, and he throws himself over. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They blow up for a foul. Salah as a person and day, right? This you check it now. This is how bad it got. Salah is a person today that doesn't lose his head. He lost his head and kicked the ball away, and he gets a yellow card. You know what I mean? That goes show you how bad it is. When you look at this game today, it's been one catastrophic decision after another. Do you know what I mean? I do realize, and I'm appeased with it in the day that they can't go back and replay the game. They can't give us any points for the game, yeah, because it's going to set off a catastrophic effect on other games, yeah. But what I'm saying today, if that's the case, get it right. And if you can't get it right, I'm sorry, you get sacked. You don't go down because see what you got to realize at the day, right? There's no deterrent for them, yeah. They know at the day if they get something wrong, yeah, they're gonna spend a week, maybe 2 at the most at the day in the Championship or League One. Then they're gonna come back at the day and referee a top flight game again, so they can give the same ridiculous decisions. Look at the guy that was on one of the refs that was referee on Saturday. Is now refereeing tonight and the day in the Chelsea game. Do you know what I mean? What is with the referees? They are law upon themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the simple laws at the day that apply to the managers, that apply to the players. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, don't apply to them. Because he even gave Pep Linders and the other one, guy coach at the day a yellow card for apparently speaking out of turn. Do you know what I mean? Now, if you have
an inexperienced referee managing, doing a game, all right, that is televised. Couldn't it be in the Luton game?
I was going to say this. Look,
like that.
You can't have that. You can't have. The things about I don't want to hear people take. I don't want to hear.
That's the Premier League's fault.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to hear the excuses at the day of that this guy at the day was inexperienced, because that then shows me at the day, right? Well, this league is corrupt.
And they're clowns. They don't know what they're doing.
Huge conspiracy. Because what you're doing at the day, you're putting an inexperienced person at the end of the day, right, into a top flight game like that, yeah, right? Knowing that in the day he's going to make mistakes. And these mistakes at the day are going to be catastrophic to the game and everything that. You know what I mean? So really and truly at the day, right, it shows at the day how corrupt this league is. And I mean, it's been corrupt since 1992 and it's still corrupt now. And if I were Liverpool in the day, I'll be trying to get out of this league. I'll be literally trying to get out of this league.
You guys know that.
You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen, right? So you know what's going to happen? This is going to happen again. Right. It's going to happen again. And what's going to happen? What's going to be? It's going to be even worse than Saturday. Even worse than Saturday. It's got, mark my words, this is going to happen again. And it's going to be worse than Saturday.
There's going to be a punch up. There's going to be a punch up between fans and you know what? It's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. But you know, are they going to learn? The problem is when there's mistakes, right? Mistakes happen all the time. It's how you learn and how you rectify your mistakes. Right. And you know something? Let's see what they're going to do. If they don't do nothing.
Facts. It's just gonna. What is it? It's just gonna happen again.
Asian,
right?
What do you want to say?
Sorry to go, Kosi. This is the one last thing I'm going to land right here. What's going to happen after that? You know, they always say right? It takes something bad before you get reformed. Do you know what I mean? You know, and that's what's going to happen. It's something really bad. It's going to happen in a day, right? And then only then they're going to have reform.
So you guys know that the same Hooper referee got suspended again, and the VAR officials got suspended as well, right?
When?
After the game. They're not reffing or being in VAR for the next 2 weeks.
After the 2 weeks. Is that it? 2 weeks.
That's all they get.
That's all they ever get.
To me, they all should have lost their job, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
Because too many times this season, and this is not just only on Liverpool, I have seen some horrendous calls against other teams.
Yes.
Horrendous. And it's ruining the game. It actually is.
It's destroyed. It's finished.
No, yeah, we're not alone in this.
How can you take it seriously? I keep saying it. Yeah, I know. All right, it's not reactionary for me. Okay, you cannot take these games seriously anymore because we're governed by VAR. Yeah, VAR. Okay, it's a mistake or whatever you want to do. Show, you know what I mean? Like show something serious about what you're gonna do now. Don't just acknowledge. Yeah, we made a mistake. And we're going to investigate. The investigation is Susan took Harry or whatever the guy's name was, okay, to the bloody toilet and gave him a blowjob, sucked him off or something like that. Yeah, he missed the.
Okay, whoa, hey.
Hey, I'm being really polite. That's why no one on YouTube. No one's seen me on YouTube, yeah, since that game, yeah. It's because I've calmed myself down. This is me calm. Yeah.
I just woke up.
Trust me, bro. There's another level to this. Yeah. And he missed that, yeah, because of his actions, yeah, or with his whatever. And this is what's happened. They frozen. What's happened? Yeah. Check VR. Check. Yeah. Cool. No problem.
Get the little blue Bayesian pops.
Fun them, bros.
Go on, Baz. But that's a bother to everybody in there. That's a bother to everybody in there. Everybody forget
Baz Bayesian process. That's the after dark version.
That's your red light.
Baz went to the Adult Swim version real quick.
Yeah, well, it's after that. It's late here in the UK anyway. But you know something? That's exactly what happened. Tell me anything different. He took his missus, yeah. He took his missus to do what he had to do, yeah. And then he come back, he missed the game. It's like me going out for a bloody smoke or me going out for a weekend. I missed the goal.
Benjamin,
can I answer this question real quick? Was
Listen,
can anyone answer this question? Was Simon Hooper the VAR ref for Chelsea's game tonight?
He was supposedly.
Correct?
No, yeah, I saw on Savage's stream that he was the VAR on tonight's game.
Yeah, and he got taken off.
Oh, he got taken off last minute. Oh, okay.
But he got taken off.
Oh, okay.
He got taken off. He was supposed to be on VAR for today's game, and he got taken off.
But you know what? If it wasn't such a big stink, they would have kept him on. Bayesian, they would have kept him on. If people weren't making such a big stink about this, he would have been the VAR ref tonight. A person that was deemed as being inexperienced would have been on VAR.
They screwed themselves over.
Well, can I just say on that? But can I just say on that like we all agreed that these guys are really some of them are really terrible at their jobs and shouldn't be doing their jobs. But there's 92 professional teams in England in the EFL. You need referees. If you don't have a referee, a game won't go ahead. You can have, this is the problem. if you don't have a referee,
Don't worry, bruvs.
you cannot have a game. So if you get rid of these guys, this is a numbers game. This is literally what this comes down to: is do you want a referee that's not brilliant or no game? Because guys have to ref games.
You know what? I'm not saying this was not a Super Bowl game, it's not a playoff game.
No, but I'm not saying, like, what I'm saying is that get rid of these guys, sack these guys.
I know, but my point is this: is that.
But you actually have people have to turn up on a Saturday afternoon and referee the game. Otherwise, the game doesn't go ahead. There isn't an infinite pool of people. So you're going to get shit.
Yeah, unless you don't have, otherwise you don't have a game. For sure.
Referees build robots, man.
You're going to get a lot of shit referees, like you'll get a lot of shit taxi drivers, a lot of shit everything. I mean, this is just, there's not that many good ones.
Bring in other refs from different leagues. I'm not even opposed to having female refs.
Go ahead, Patient.
Pitch, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they'll get a lot more respect from the male players. That's been proven already.
Do you know have you noticed? Has
the female referees get a lot more respect?
Remember the word?
I wouldn't even be watching. I wouldn't be playing football. I'd be watching them run. I'm supposed to be defending. I'm watching different balls, bros. I'm watching two different balls, bros, on someone's.
We've just introduced a new sport.
I want some pum shots in the dog.
I don't know where Baz is on some other levels today.
Yeah. Baz is on some red light special shit right now, bro.
Oh, you've got a watered down version of me today. So you know what? Trust me. Invite me on one of the shows the last couple of days ago, bruvs. Trust me, I'd have banned all your channels, bruvs. How bad I was, how angry I was.
Baz, is that a football cough? Is that a football coffin?
That's what it is, because football for me is dead. That's
what dead. Yeah, football is dead. Yeah, that's cold, man. I mean, that's
wow, that's deep.
That's deep.
I can't. You know what? I'm gonna be like if Bayesian Barnes or one of you guys, make sure guys check these guys' channels out. If I was to go and watch one of Bayesian Barnes' like football watch-alongs now, you know what? How can I take it? I love his shows, and his shows are brilliant, but how can I take that football game seriously?
I know what you're saying, man. I know exactly what you're saying.
Because now when Bayesian Barnes says to me, if I'm in my car, I'm driving, and I can't actually watch the match, and I'm listening to his commentary, and he goes, oh, there's a penalty, to Liverpool, or a penalty to whatever. Oh, VAR checking it. I can't even take that seriously, because I'm thinking, you know what? Are they really checking it? Or are they just or are they just doing what they were doing with Susan earlier on in the toilets or whatever? I can't take it seriously. That's why, for me, it's finished. And it hurts me, because I used to play football. I used to take football seriously, bruvs. How can I take it? And you know, when footballers, when they stop playing, they retire and they don't have anything to do, and they go through depression, and it's a serious thing, So if people are like me, or someone takes it as seriously as I am and says, you know what, I can't watch football no more. What are they going to watch next? Pornhub or something?
What's it, Pornhub?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Stop.
Exam stuff.
Stop.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean, though, Bass?
I feel Baz's pain, man, because I know we all expected things to get better. This is worse. It's like you got a drip and you call a plumber and he turns up and he goes, yeah, I sorted that out. And a week later, you've got a swimming pool in your backyard. You made that worse.
No, Brian, when
you just made this much worse.
Brian, when you call a plumber, you got two things to worry about. Is he fixing someone else's pipes upstairs?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, we're going down the Pornhub route again here. I know that.
Let's not get the pipes. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Okay.
Basically, what I'm saying is we had a slightly annoying issue. We had a slightly annoying issue.
12th man is threatening to fit that run because he doesn't want to get cancelled. So cool.
No, we're trying to surreptitiously shut him down, bro, without even realizing, right? So what if we had a little drip that was slightly annoying, that we wanted to get sorted out.
They've opened the pipe.
And then someone came along, and you know, your wife let him in, and then you got much bigger problems than you had before. much bigger problems you didn't even know you had. We got after.
The views of some of the panel, the views of the panel are not the views
of their own, and they are not the views of 12th man.
I've got a laugh.
You better put on the disclaimer, bro. You better put on the disclaimer.
Hey, Bayesian.
Kids, yeah?
Huh?
Bayesian.
It's not the kids.
What's that, Rod?
Sun hot out there, innit?
Yeah,
it's going down now, though.
Yeah, because it looks like it was boiling out there when he was outside. It looked hot, man.
Yeah, it's down like 28 today.
Big blue sky.
That's good, man.
It's good. For October, this type of weather, unusual. I'll take it, though.
Yeah, it's raining in England, though. In England, it was raining today.
You guys always raining.
Huh?
You guys always raining.
Yeah.
You're not coming to England yet, you know. You're not coming to England yet, so you don't know. All you see is picture from England, you know.
My sister lives in England.
Oh,
is it? Where? She's in Reading.
All right, so before you guys get me banned. Before you guys get me banned here.
That's quite far from me. That's like, it's
Ipswich. What about Ipswich?
It's Suffolk. Suffolk's like the other side of London. Do you know what I mean? The other side of London.
Yes, east of London.
Yeah, it's like East Anglia. It's East Anglia. Yeah, it's them sides there. You know what I mean? But yeah, man.
That's cool. I'm rooting for it. Ipswich is still in the cup, right?
You got my head done, bro.
I'm sorry, Barnes, bros. You know what? If you don't laugh, you have to cry in it. So I'd rather laugh because
are they still in the League Cup?
Yeah, you gotta laugh, man. You gotta laugh.
Is the best thing.
Yeah. Big up, Susan.
All right, let's laugh at some of these comments. Let me bring up some of these comments, guys.
Yeah.
Let me bring up some of these comments. Yeah, because there's some really good comments in here. The last one I think we left off on was this is from Beijing Pops. It says the issue is the lack of respect for officials, hence the lack of desire for younger men to replace them and train with them. I think that's a really, really very, very well thought out comment. That's a very well thought out comment because that's the truth. I think that the way that we're talking about officials, I just heard on another broadcast, I heard someone calling out to basically enact violence. They can get hit up and all this stuff about these other referees because of their decisions. Look, you know what? And I made a comment saying, look, I'm not going to go as far as to say that we should try to wake up and choose violence. That's just not the case. Like, these people have lives, families, and everything else. And it's not an easy job being a referee. I'm not trying to make an excuse for them at all. But when I heard those comments, I was like, oh, and someone's like, oh, you're on your moral high ground. Come down from your moral high ground. I'm like, no, I mean, I know this guy's probably got a family too that he's got to come home to. He's got kids that go to school probably, and they don't even want to tell their classmates that what their dad or mom do, simply because they don't want to get ridiculed. It's how hard it is to be a referee these days. It's not easy.
Imagine being the kid of a referee.
That situation wasn't hard to do. That job was to make sure or to show the guy was onside. That's it. That wasn't a difficult decision. That cost us a lot.
Bring the female refs, man. First one to hire is Alicia Lamb.
No, you're right.
To retire from.
No, bring up Susan. Bring up Susan, man.
Yeah. Hey,
Alicia Lehman from Villa, bro.
I think I would watch everything.
Retire and come and rest.
I think ratings would go up.
No, Markovic.
I think ratings would go up and other things would go up if she was there. But that's just me getting after it.
Anna Markovic, man. Come on. Bring on Albert Skelton, man. Serena Williams.
I'll tell you what, Alicia Lehman fit her ass, man. I'm not going to lie, though.
Whoa.
All Baz will be doing is staring at the bumper.
In it.
Oh, you know how it goes.
Get that wrong like an English bong, you know.
Football's already done, innit? I might as well check out a couple of other ones, a couple of other round bits and pieces.
This one was good.
I mean, the man's got a football coffin. I don't know where else to go. Everything he says, I'm just like, you've got a football coffin.
This football
I'm not watching.
No, you're just there. But yeah, you ended it there. That's just. Where did you even find that image?
You know what? I just had it in my head because, like, from when that thing happened, obviously with the jokes aside, from when the football stuff,
I know.
when you play football I was like a semi-pro back in the day. You love football, you breathe it, and you wake up on Saturdays excited to watch your club play and stuff like that. Go and watch it. You know what I mean? Like, go to Anfield or whatever. You go and watch it, and then you see something like that happens.
You see, that's the issue, man.
Yeah.
With people like me and you. My dad was obviously just amateur ref. My uncle, my godfather, he played football professionally. Played against Manchester United for Waterford United in the 60s, 70s. I grew up watching this stuff in the 80s, the 90s. Do you know what I mean? That's what I remember. You know, and I remember, so we're at this stage now where it's like, geez.
It's scary. It's scary.
It is. It's a different game. I'm like, it's the same sport, but it's a different game to what I grew up and we grew up watching to what's happening now. It really is a different game with the internet, TV, like and the game on the pitch itself. We're clinging on to the best of that as much as we can.
Imagine a Shankly or Brian Clough or one of these great football managers seeing this now. What do you think they would be saying right now? They wouldn't care about social media. They wouldn't care about fines.
They'll be turning their grave. They'll literally be turning their grave.
And it's because these are the guys that made football.
They're pioneers.
Yeah,
they're pioneers of football. Who has, since Brian Clough has been to Nottingham, been at Nottingham Forest, and obviously gone, who has had the same success as he's had at Nottingham Forest?
Lads, I'll tell you, there's football fans today don't realise why Nottingham Forest have a star on their crest.
2 stars.
2 stars. They don't realise why. They don't know why.
Remember something in the day, right? Nottingham Forest at the day made us play UEFA Cup 2 seasons running.
Knocked us out in the first round.
Yeah, they literally
that's proper football.
Yeah, they literally made us play the UEFA Cup 2 seasons running because they won the league twice in a row. Do you know what I mean? And back in them days, and this is what I'm saying that day, it was marginally better. Back in them days, in order to play in Europe, you had to win your fucking league. You had to win your league. If you didn't win the league, you was going to the UEFA Cup. So second place was UEFA Cup. Third place was Cup Winners' Cup. Do you remember that? Remember the Cup Winners' Cup?
Yeah. They don't want it now. They just want to invent more tournaments, more rounds, more group stages, 700 games a season. I mean, come on.
Do you think a Tommy Smith will be crying with one of these challenges that if it got to him, or he just pick himself up and think, all right, you guys, watch the next one. Yeah. How's football become like this?
Stevie Highway.
Graham
Stevie Highway's another one.
They give as good as they take. But these guys now, one touch, red card. You know what?
Them guys back in the day and everything, once they got fouled in the day, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, a good one. You got me there. Do you know what I mean? And they'll go and get him back, yeah? And that player will say, yeah, man, fair play, you got me. Do you know what I mean? And that'll be it. Do you know what I mean? And what you do, you see him in the bar drinking together. Do you know what I mean? But nobody wants to drink with the Liverpool lot. They said it today, the Liverpool lot can literally drink you under the table. So nobody really wants, so everybody's taking away. Now, seriously, it's like, because I think one of them old Man United guys said that. He goes, we never drink with the Liverpool lot, yeah, because they can literally drink you under the table and play football on the weekend. Again, do you know what I mean? They were just like that. They're just literally like that. There's made of good stuff. There's made of good stuff.
What was it?
Yeah, so was a lot of players. You look at the teams across the board and everything that, right? Every team from across the board has had their major star in there. The major star. People like when you look at someone like Leeds, look at the hard men they had in their team. They had some hard men in their team.
Pause.
Yeah.
But let me just say this. I'm going to ask you a question too. I have two questions. One specifically for Beijing Barnes, and then two, we're going to go. I'll ask the whole panel. But I was going to ask you. So we saw when Hata got the card. There was a moment when Udogie was on the ground and he motioned to the referee to show the card, but never got a card himself for doing that. Do you think that? Do you think that is just like we're just not the? I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Do you believe that he was right to just let that go, or
consistency? No consistency.
No,
right.
He was not right because it's in the rules now, and they said that they're going to enforce that. Look how quick they gave Trent a yellow card for just throwing the ball back on the pitch after he thought he got a foul. He got a yellow quickly.
No consistency.
Yeah.
Yellow. There's no consistency, and that's where the problem is.
Right. I mean, one of the reasons why Macca got hit was because of that too. I think we lost. That's okay. We're still good. But I think Uncle Rod's had his signal just went out. But so all right. So I'm gonna ask you this then. Do you believe then? And this is to the entire panel. We can go. Baz, Brian, Beijing. Do you guys believe that City is at its most vulnerable right now, as in considering we just saw them lose the Wolves? I think that it showed that the loss of KDB is starting to possibly show. Or do you think that they had opportunities, they just didn't finish on their opportunities, and that was just a blip? Do you think that City can be taken, or do you think that the result at the Wolves was just a blip?
Every club has its bad days. Sometimes you don't have the rub of the green in terms of footballing stuff. Yeah, they've been winning without KDB all season, so it's one of those blips. So, if anything, the next team that plays them, Arsenal, should be very worried.
Okay, and Beijing Pops is saying it's less about KDB. He's saying because they've muscled on, or they've powered through, but he's saying more of it's about Rodri not being there, and KDB possibly.
Correct. It is Rodri.
Is that how you feel, Beijing?
They're a team full of winners. I appreciate what he was saying, and Beijing Pops, big up to you, bro. Yeah, that and if you lose players like that in your team, obviously you're going to suffer. But something, at the end of the day, KDB's the one that makes the Haalands of this world pop and that, with supply and stuff like that. Haaland's still scoring goals, or they're still scoring goals. They've got enough of them to win. It's like us. We didn't have Trent for the last few games. He's probably one of those guys. All right, we got Szoboszlai, etc. But you know what? He's one of our guys that over the seasons has shown, without him, like his crosses and his assists and whatever, struggle. But the thing is, they've lost one game. Just one game in 7 games or whatever it is in the Premier League. It's one of those off things. But you do miss those kind of players. But at the end of the day, it's just a blip. You lose players, but it's just a blip.
It's just a blip. It's not. They're not in trouble. They're not a team that is now on some. Oh, this is the time to act and get your wins against
usual
just
against Arsenal.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Brian?
What's the main question? Are they?
The main question is: Do you think that City, considering that we've just seen them, have, I think it was back-to-back losses with Rodri out of the lineup. Do you think? I'm factoring KDB into that equation, but all the same, Bejan Pops is saying that Rodri is the linchpin for them. So then, do you think that City is going through just a blip, or do you think that City is vulnerable right now?
I thought they're vulnerable all season.
You think? Oh, you thought that they're
no, all season. Like, and it sounds silly with the results that they've been putting up because they had a 100% record until they went there, and we had similar, but we had a draw in it, and we were bigging ourselves up.
The bridge, right?
Yeah, you know. But I've looked at the squad all year and gone. Since last season, I said KDB is finished. He broke down in the Champions League semi-final. He broke down in the Champions League final. He was taken off after. He had to go off in both games. Massively injured constantly. They lost Mahrez. They lost Gundogan. And Gundogan is basically a flick switch for Guardiola. He puts him in the midfield and he says, sit there and do nothing and control the game. So he does that. And then he goes, right, it's the last 8 games of the season. We need to win games. Gundogan, get forward, finish chances, break into the box. He's one of the most clutch players of all time. Look at their run at the end of last season. That guy does nothing the whole season. He scores about 8 goals in the last 10 games. He got a hat-trick in 1 game.
No,
he just goes up. This is the kind of player that they lost. They've lost him. They've lost De Bruyne through injury. They've lost Mahrez. And they've lost someone else. I've been thinking they're vulnerable all season. They keep doing what they're doing. The Stones is out injured. They're there to be got at. I definitely think they're there to be got at, but the only problem is because of the level that they have and because of the players that they have, even just to get at them, you have to be flawless. I mean, people come, you know, the way it worked out for us was, I know I'm not having a go with someone, but it's a way of flipping. It just shows how you can look at 2 things in 2 different ways. The weekend that City lost, we play an hour later and we don't win. But at the same time, I could say, well, if you're ever going to not win on a weekend when you're in a race with City, it's on the weekend when they lose too.
When they lose,
So they dropped their 3 points, and so we dropped our 3 points.
But we dropped our 3 points to Spurs as opposed to they dropping their 3 points.
It's a away win.
That's a major difference. That's a major difference.
Exactly. It's at the end of the season, like I said, with that, the wins we got against Newcastle, incredible. The wins we got, the point at Chelsea. At the end of the season, these are going to look like big points, and an away loss at Spurs isn't going to look too bad. Where if you didn't see what happened, and you just saw the result. But I think City are
vulnerable.
No Kevin De Bruyne. If Haaland gets an injury for 6 weeks,
they're done. Oh, not done, but they're.
You know, that guy is due an injury. He hasn't been doing, like, he misses 4 or 5 games or whatever it might be. No KDB. We're primed. We're right there.
All right. Yeah, well then, so you have them as you. So Baz says a blip. You're saying that they've been vulnerable, or do you think that they are vulnerable?
Bejan, it's not a blip. It's not an up either way. Yeah, it's just they are. Yeah, sorry.
I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm saying that you thought that that these kind of blips aren't necessarily blips. There's more like it was bound to happen type thing because they have some holes in their lineup. Bejan, do you agree? And I have a 2-part question, Bejan. If you can tell me if you think it's a blip or if City are vulnerable, and I also wanted to ask you, what is the next stage for us now too? Let me make sure I get it right. With this man right here, you can't see my hand, but with this man right here, Hakpo possibly being out for 6 to 8 weeks, I'm hearing. You know, and us having Hatta, like going forward, you know, what are we going to do with our front 3? in the or our front three, if we're going to have, are we going to go through a blip, or are we going to go through a period now where we might be actually vulnerable to some attacks, I guess you could say.
All right, going to Greg first. Yeah, no, 12th man. I am on the same side as Brian with the one with regards to City. It's a blip right now for them, to be honest. But in any other major injury, they're going to feel it big time. In regards to Gakpo, apparently he's only going to miss 2 games, and then there's the international break, so he should be back after that. So it's not
That's
6 to 8.
Yeah. You don't think so? You don't think it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks? It's just going to be more like 4 weeks, basically, or something.
Yeah, pretty much 4 weeks. Yeah, it's not as bad as they thought.
Do you know what the injury completely is? Do you have a read on what the injury was? And
from what I heard, it's a sprained knee. So there's no ligament damage or anything around that front, which is a good thing. There's no surgery or anything required. So he'll be okay. I think 4 weeks, the least, maybe 5 weeks before we actually see him back. But in turn,
do you want to see him back quickly, or do you want to maybe do what we're doing with Trent, which is like kind of like allow for him to, really get his whole health back underneath him?
Yeah, I don't think we need to rush him back, to be honest with you. He hasn't been in the best of forms. Let's all be honest about that. He's had a lot of subpar games. However, what I will say, and what I would like to see, and knowing our manager, what happened to us on the weekend, I can see Klopp using this as fuel and motivation for the team to respond to. And I think they all are going to respond to it, because they worked their socks off on Saturday and got screwed over. So Spurs, good win, take your 3 points. We'll see you at Anfield, and you can take what you get. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. That was my biggest concern. I remember when I saw Gakpo score and I saw him pull up limp, and I was really, really gutted to see that, because I know that Gakpo has been working. There's no one can question his heart and his work ethic, and he's a good person in the sense, obviously, he's a God-fearing person. He's very enamored with his faith. But I mean, even going beyond that, he's more so a person that, you just get good energy vibes off of, has mixed well with the team, shows great chemistry with the team as well, and is willing to basically be put in. I know you said that he's been subpar for his level. Okay.
He's been playing in midfield, somewhere where he's not really used to in the beginning.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention. Is that it's more so you're good. You're good. He's more so he's playing in a position where he's playing an 8, or he's playing the 10, or he's playing striker, or he's playing, he's like playing all over, but he's not playing the primary position that he's like really, really been focusing on as of or what we've seen him prosper from, really. And I think
you're right. You're right with that statement. He has not been playing his natural position for a few games up to 7. So you're absolutely right. I agree with you. But outside of the goal on Saturday, Gakpo wasn't very good either. He lost the ball a lot. He gave it away. He didn't hold it up properly. He didn't try to pass it off properly. He was trying to take on 2. There's 2 of them. Him and Diaz were very subpar in that game, to be honest with you. They both were. But we know that they're both quality.
You gotta watch out for when you link up with your boy Bajan Angel by saying that comment. But
listen, Bajan Angel's on the same boat as that. He called out Diaz too, and that's his compadre.
Okay, so that gave it the okay.
I'm comfortable to call him out as well. He was not good on Saturday. Diaz, he was not. But we got Europa.
You know what? And this is something, and Phil Ross, I'm going to ask you this question, and the panel, please do chime in on this question, because this is something. This is my own personal take, but I think that it might have been a blessing. I understand. I would have loved to have been in Champions League. I think that especially the way that they're watering down Champions League, they're going to water it down even more next year. There's a more determined path for the bigger clubs to make it deeper into the competition, but I've been saying that I think that it could have been possibly a blessing, one of those like silver lining blessings in essence, to have Europa this year, in that we're going to see a lot. We would have never possibly seen us keeping Happy Kwanzaa and having him get quality minutes. We might not have been able to see, Doak get quality minutes. We're going to definitely get to see Elliott and definitely get to see, possibly even like some of the other players, like the younger players like Clark or someone like that, be able to really get not only quality time, because they would have possibly gotten it in a cup match, but that's again against a championship level team. At least in Europa, albeit they're not necessarily obviously Champion League or higher type of competition, but they are good European level competition, and they're going to be getting that experience. They're going to be able to, draw into what we're doing. Do you agree with that, or do you think that, are you still on the I'm still really pissed that we didn't get Champions League and not understanding that Europa could be a benefit for us in that way?
You know what? Okay, quickly. All right.
Oh, everybody wants to answer that one. That was a good one, right? That's a good question, I guess.
Yeah.
Guys, we'll go Baz, then we'll go Uncle Rod, since I was initially going to say that. But we'll go Baz, then we'll go Rods on that, and then we'll go Brian.
I think it's important for these players, yeah. But I think irrespective of what, yeah, it's still a business, yeah. So if you finish Champions League, you get bigger money, etc. Yeah, right. But some of these players, you can balance them. Like for example, Clark hasn't played since I can remember. But maybe like in the beginning, like pre-season and stuff like that. But I don't think he's actually played a game for Liverpool, competitive thing for a while. Ben Doak has and stuff like that, and Kwanzaa and stuff like that, and big up to them. But I think, if you're good enough, old enough, that mentality, the thing is, yeah, you do have to nurture them and in certain things. But I think Champions League, I'm still pissed that we didn't get it, but we didn't deserve it at the time. So, you know what I mean? But players can still do things even in Champions League. Yes, I get the levels are a bit different and stuff like that, yeah. Champions League's a bit more elite level. However, irrespectively, yeah, you can do that, give them that opportunity. Sometimes it can sink or it's too deep for them, but then you can still play them in cup games as well. And with players, sometimes you've got to do two things. Either you play them and put them in a deep end where either they swim or they sink, or sometimes you can say, okay, we need a tailored plan for you. So Bobby Clark, for example, yeah, you can play in FA Cups and Carabao Cups. Champions League, maybe not so much. It might hamper. You might think they're hampered in their development, but even if you don't do well and you drop down into Europa, these guys can get that opportunity because it's now the big fish has gone. You know what I mean? Now just focus on the little fish. So that's my views on it.
Yeah, I agree, Baz. I'm always thinking today, everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. And we've been dealt the cards that we've been dealt with. So let's deal with it. Let's do it. Because you got to think of what we got to think about is this, right? We should really win the Europa Cup. Yeah, we should win the Europa Cup. That is one more trophy in the cabinet. One more trophy in the day to add to our lustrous trophies that we got anyway. So it further makes us the most successful British club. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Of course, everybody would like to play Champions League, yeah. But I believe and I believe for a long time, you know what I mean? You play with the cards that you dealt with. Do you understand what I'm saying? We wasn't good enough last season to get into the Champions League. We was only good enough at the day to get to the Europa Cup. So let's deal with it. Let's go and play it. And it does give Klopp a chance at the day to play some of these players at the day that he wouldn't possibly play, that wouldn't possibly get a game. It gives them a chance at the day for them to go out and shine and do something. Do you know what I mean? And they're doing it. Do you understand what I'm saying? But kids like your Ben Doak, Kwanzaa, Bobby Clark, and so on, they're going out and doing it because Now they've had they're able as well to add 11 more sort of academy players to the team because of the rules. They're able to do that. So expect a lot more of these guys that they're getting a chance in Europe. It's still Europe. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it because I'm thinking this. And I said this before. I feel that we'll get treated much more better in Europe than what we will do in the Premiership. Do you understand what I'm saying? So expect a lot more sort of a lot more better decisions made. So if we do get a red card in any of those games in Europe, we know we deserved it. There'll be no debate or nothing like that. We know we deserve it. If we get an offside call against us, we know it is actually offside. So we'll stand a better chance and a better time in Europe than what we would in sort of like the Premier League. So I welcome it and let these kids at the day go out there and they in certain games and show them what they're made of. Show us at the day that you are the next best thing to come into the first team. So I'm on it. I'm on it 100% on it.
Yeah, I agree completely. Bejan, I don't know if Bejan's back fully. Are you back, Bejan?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm gonna. I had the same question for you and for Brian too. So, since we know you're back, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna ask Brian the question. Do you believe that what I said is correct and that it is somewhat of a silver lining style blessing that we're in Europa, or do you think that, or do you still have missed opportunities, considering that Newcastle? I get it, Newcastle, Manchester United. I know it was off year for us last year, but I honestly still, even during our off year, I still think that we are better. We are a better and higher caliber team than the two teams that are representing in Champions League. But do you think that it's more benefit for us to be in Europa? Possibly, we're going to get more benefit out of this for being in Europa to be able to utilize this than having the Champions League experience, where I would not have seen these kids be able to get involved.
I'm not on mute, by the way.
I know. It's a complex question. I know.
No, it's not. I know you do. Well, you ask long questions. This is the problem. You see.
Yeah, long question.
We have to try and keep the thread. I disagree with what you said earlier on. With what you said was, did you think that some of our fans don't understand the benefit of being in Europa League? And Liverpool fans are potentially the most knowledgeable European football fans on the continent. That we are where we are in this thing, and we know what it is. I think most of our fans really do understand the benefits of the potential scenarios that we're in. But we want to be in the Champions League. We should be in the Champions League. We want to be in the Champions League. And it's not a deficit of knowledge that we don't understand how being in Europa League might potentially benefit us as a club. Of course it does, but because it changes the menu, right? It changes the menu.
Right.
When you, as somebody pointed out earlier on, right? If we're in the Champions League, we're having to play our best 11 every week, and then 9 of our best 11 every week in the Champions League at worst.
Yeah.
Well, now you can.
Yes, for every match.
So now you can play your best 11 in the Premier League, and you can change a lot more players in the Europa League. But there is no doubting the fact that you, as a club, financially need to and want to, prestige-wise, be in the Champions League. That's Liverpool. There's 4 spots available. If we're not we don't have to be the best club in England, but we definitely need to be one of the 4 best. They definitely need to be that. So it's every situation can be taken advantage of, And that's what we do in the Europa League this year, is by taking advantage of that situation to blood these kids that we wouldn't necessarily have had a chance. And yeah, that's a super cool thing to be able to do, because all of a sudden you get to be able to do these things by Sedic, blah, 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 and give them excellent experience in big games that they wouldn't have gotten if they were Champions League games. But at the same time, it's not the ideal scenario. As much as it isn't great, we would much rather be playing in the Champions League every single year where, hey, ho hum, we're so big a club, we play in these huge games, this is life, this is football, we don't have a chance to blood youngsters because every game we play in Europe is a big game. That's the price of success. So you balance it out and go, yeah. It's great that we get. This is why I love Bajsedic. I think he's a brilliant footballer. So when we didn't get into this, I was like, hey, at least he'll get to maybe potentially get to start 20 games a season.
Yeah.
But they're small things. Of course, we all want to be in the fucking Champions League.
Yeah. Okay, well then,
because we're Liverpool. So
yeah. No, and I get that. I get the whole Liverpool thing. And I'm going to ask Brian. This is so Brian brought up something about Hatta, the way he celebrated when he scored that goal, that amazing goal against Leicester, right? And I know this is coming to someone else. I'm going to. This is directed to you, Barnes. Being that you don't want Hatta in our team anymore. No, I'm sorry. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying. Joking, just joking. I just wanted. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
How'd you do that?
Jump on quick. Jump on quick.
Yeah.
What do you call him? Hatta.
Hatta.
Yeah, because it's Hatta. It's like the J is spelled like H.
It's Jota.
No. Actually, it's his in his native language. The J is pronounced H. The same way like Jesus. It's not Jesus.
Yeah, but we're not
like
talking.
Jesus.
We don't speak Portuguese. We speak English.
Jota. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Anyway.
Hey, top man, fala Portuguese.
Yeah. See, I only know like obrigado and stuff like that. I know very few. I don't really know a little Portuguese. Only a little bit.
I'm ramping.
Yeah. but all right, Bejan. So it's all seriously. I'm not gonna throw you under that bus. All right, but I am saying he brought up a point about Hatta, about like him possibly being kind of like tuned out. I think that hopefully I'm giving what your statement was correct. That possibly Hatta's not as tuned in, I should say.
Yeah, I said there's something up with Jota. I said there's something up with Jota. He's not happy about the fact he's not playing every week. He didn't act very well when he scored. It was a weird celebration. And then knowing he was on a yellow card in a massive game, he did something really stupid and got himself sent off. And I think he's just... Yeah, I just think there's something not right. I'm not saying I've uncovered kind of conspiracies.
He's the same thing because I know Barnes has definitely Barnes has been particularly direct with what he had to say about Hatta or Jota, however you want to pronounce it. Okay, and I just wanted to see. Are you seeing the same thing?
Man? What they say.
Okay, I'll be transparent. Bejan Barnes said this is all stemming from the fact that Bejan Barnes rather have Ivan Toney than have Hatta on this team.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That was
you rather have Ivan Toney. If you had to pick between one of the two, you would pick Toney over Diego. Right?
And why did I say that? For what reason?
Because of his injury. Because Diego has a injury. Diego has a history of injuries as opposed to Ivan Toney's history of gambling. I got you.
I ain't worried about the gambling. The gambling availability, right? It's been my biggest pet peeve with Thiago. It's been my biggest pet peeve with Naby Keita. It's been my biggest peeve with Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Availability. So it is fantastic as a striker. And he's probably our most clinical striker. However,
you're going in and out too, by the way. I want to make sure.
Games. Your audio is terrible.
Your audio's kind of messed up. Just so you know.
Hold on.
Audio is fucked, man.
I want to make sure people hear this correct.
Yeah, it's gone.
No, it's gone. I think
I'm gonna pull over. Hold on.
Okay, I think Ivan Toney doesn't want you saying too many nice things about Diego, but anyway, I'm just messing with you, brother. I'm just messing with you. I can understand that I can understand I can understand someone having issues, or not issues, but like concerns over Diego's injury, his injury record, or his consistency to be available. I can understand that as well. I just think though that when he's on and he's available, he is magical when it comes to finishing, to providing that clinical finish that you need. And that's a unique trait that you don't get out of just any and everyone. I think that's why I say what it is. I can understand the injury.
I think it's that unique.
What's that?
I don't think it's that unique.
You don't think
I've never like, I don't think Diego Jota is a unique footballer. I mean, there's lots of like brilliant. I mean, he's good. Like Diego Jota is really good.
Let me just say this. Brian,
he's really good at football.
Listen,
okay.
My Diego Jota, man.
I know, Diego. Let me just tell you this. I mean, like, people are getting on me about trying to say your name correct. People are getting on me about Ivan Toney being better than you. People are getting on me about your injuries and everything else. I want you to know that, brother. Diego, I am not there. But apparently, some of us are. So I can understand that. So go ahead, finish your point, Brian. I just want to make sure that Diego, in case he is listening, that he understands that it's
I'm not saying Diego Jota is a bad footballer. Diego Jota is clearly a brilliant footballer because he plays for Liverpool and Portugal. What I'm saying is, I've seen better.
Oh, come on, man.
I've seen better. He's
Brian, man. What are you doing, mate?
Are you telling me you can't improve on Jota? You're telling me if you gave me...
The only thing I would improve on Jota is his injury, but other than that, he's a bad bitch.
He's a bad man.
Yeah, Ross, we're Liverpool, man. Ross, we're Liverpool. Look at the players we've bought and sold. Yeah. Look at the players we've improved on. You tell me we can't improve on Jota? No. I mean, the guy is good. No, he's a great squad. He's a great squad rotation option. He's never nailed down a first team place.
No, the only thing to improve on Diego Jota, trust me, is his injuries, and that's the reason at the day why he doesn't sort of like hold down his play, because he does get a lot of injuries.
I don't think he doesn't hold down his pace because he's not really that good.
I disagree. He got Ross. He got in a starting position. He kind of pretty much pushed out basically Bobby from that 9, and had really and this is before Mane really started to even take on that 9 role as well.
Yeah.
But if you want to say that, all right, good. Let me hear Barnes, because Barnes has got your back apparently on this one, Brian.
Hold on. Is my audio better?
Yeah.
Is my audio better?
No.
No, it's even worse.
Is it better now?
Oh, no, now you're getting a little echo. I think it's sometimes because of.
Hold on, I'm gonna come back.
Yeah.
Right, while he does that, while he comes back, let me just bring my 2 cents in, Diego.
I want to make sure that Barnes gets his. Barnes has to get his piece in. He definitely has to get it in. What do you want to say?
Can he? Is he coming off and then coming back on? If he is, then I'll please say. But if he doesn't, then I'll just wait.
Okay, Barnes, do you want to try it again, or do you want to wait a second?
This got to be better now.
That's better,
yeah. Hey.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So, my only issue with Jota is availability.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I would still switch him for Ivan Toney. Because Ivan Toney would play a lot more football games for Liverpool and be way less injured.
Hang on one second.
Now, I don't disagree with Brian. I agree with Brian when it comes to Jota as well. Good footballer.
Yeah. No, I know he's fine. He's fine. I'm just going to right now. 1 second.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't you.
And we all need to remember, Jota went a full 12 months without scoring a goal for Liverpool Football Club as well.
Right.
He went through a really bad period. No, this is after he came back. He didn't score for a full 12 months.
No, the only way that I don't score.
That's also part of the injuries are mixed in. Like Rod's is saying, some of that was injury. He was injured during some of that time. It wasn't like he's playing 12 months straight and he just wasn't scoring.
Because Jota has not played a full 12 months.
Just remember Jota's injury as well, yeah? Literally, when a ligament comes off your bone, it takes a little while to get up to speed. I get what Barnsley is saying for real, yeah? But I'm going to bring my quick 2 cents in this one, yeah? Jota, the reason why he survived all these so far, yeah, is because he's a bit more versatile. Yes, I do agree. He's probably, besides Salah, he's obviously the most clinical finisher that we've got at the moment, yeah? In fact, I'd put him higher than Salah in terms of clinical. Salah misses a lot, but he scores.
I would too.
I would too. He plays on the left, he plays on the right, and he can play forward. And I think the reason why he's still there is because, he knows the Liverpool system, all right? And because we've got a lot more players in terms of forwards now, yeah, you can afford to have Jota being injured for a little while. That doesn't make it any good. Don't get it twisted, yeah? You want players to be available, and I agree with that, yeah? But the thing is, this guy's very versatile. He's very versatile, and that's what Jurgen Klopp likes. He likes to, just get a player and play him in a position that he's maybe not so good, but he can excel in. But Jota is a hard worker as well. He's a very hard worker, and he showed that last year. Last year, he couldn't score for nothing, and then he scored a whole pack of goals, and he brought us into a strong finish. Now, Ivan Toney, for me, I like Ivan Toney, in so many ways. Funny enough, I was having the conversation with my brother today because I said, but we were talking about Nunes and Ivan Toney. Which one would I rather have? And I actually backed Nunes. I said, you know what? I want Nunes, but Ivan Toney, if Nunes got injured or something like that, it'd be good to have him because he's a leader. He's a leader.
He has the credentials.
But the thing is as well,
he's got the numbers.
He's got the numbers, all right. He's got that desire to want to play for a big club. Yeah, he's at a good age. He's at England. Well, not at the moment, but when all this controversy finishes, he's definitely one of England's best strikers.
Homegrown,
yeah, exactly. And you know what? I don't know if he can play on the left or right, but maybe he can. I've seen him play a few times coming from the left at Brentford. He's a good shout. He's a good shout. So I'm in both of their sides, but I can see where Barnsley's going with their availability. If you're basing it on availability, then you do have to kind of slide to that and think, well, yeah. But then obviously, if he's going to go and do dumb rubbish, all right, and go and start, gambling and stuff like that, then obviously it's already a black mark on him, innit? So you got to kind of like watch that, innit? But then
he's a Vinci as well, He's a Vinci as well, man.
Yeah.
He's a Chris brother. That's even better.
So Barnes, this is the one pushback though I have. I get you on availability, but when it comes to Diego, I would argue that Klopp looks at him as our best pressing forward. I think he looks at him as our best pressing forward. There's reasons why it was so hard for Nunez to get involved in starting regularly. It was because he wasn't at the level of pressing of the pressing that at least Klopp wanted to see from that 9. Hatta is the closest that we received in the level that Klopp wanted from the 9 being pressing. And I would also go as far as to say, when it comes to Hatta, knowing this, and that's because he knows the system, he's so intertwined with the system as well. But I would also go as far as to say, considering that we play more like total football, fluid style, this where you're going to see players playing in different roles and positions throughout the entire pitch. You're taking an Ivan Toney who likes to play a more stringent role or more stringent idea of what we think of as the 9. So he's going to be someone that's going to be locked dead in center, wanting to stay in his role, in his position. But yet but in this system, you're going to need a player that can play sometimes in Salah's role, or sometimes in Diaz's spot, or sometimes in that 9 spot. It's a matter of where. It doesn't matter necessarily. I think his versatility isn't as great as Diego's versatility, and that's why I'm saying that despite the fact that he's a talented, I'm not saying he's not a talented number 9. I'm just saying Diego brings us so many more options than Tony does, personally.
I hear you with that point, and you make valid points. But what I will say is, if you need to cut a piece of wood, you want a saw. You want one tool to cut the piece of wood. You don't want a multi-tool to try to cut a piece of wood. Sometimes it's good to have that specialist that is just very good at what they do. You don't always have to have someone that loves multiple positions.
Speak for yourself. Yeah.
That's not me.
No, but he's got a good point. Barnsley's got a good point there, to be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is about it,
I think it does what it says on the tin.
Ivan Toney is a good player, but I only see Ivan Toney doing one job: is the striker. Now, what is it today? With a Klopp system, and you have to be versatile. And I don't see Toney being that versatile player. He's not. He hasn't got that in his game. Yes, at the day he can. If you play him central in a match at the day, he'll get you a goal or 2. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he won't. But that's not what the Klopp system desires. The Klopp system desires you to be versatile, to you to be able to play in multiple positions at the day in order to win games. Do you know what I mean? He needs to know that he can call on you to play on the left. He needs to know he can call on you to play on the right. He needs to know he can play play for the middle. Even in midfield, if you have to come up play in midfield, because he put Gappo in midfield. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's what the Klopp system at the day requires. I don't think at the end of the day Ivan Toney's got that for the Klopp system. However, I'm not saying he's a bad player. You know what I mean? I think he's a very good player. Do you know what I mean? His numbers.
I'd still have him at Liverpool, though.
Huh?
I'd still have him at Liverpool, though. Personally.
Of course, Baz.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't be brought on. But I can ask you guys, Bejan. I'm sorry to cut across you, Rods. I was going to say, Bejan.
All this question.
Yeah.
Could you imagine defenders, if Klopp really wanted to go all out, attack football? Ivan Toney, Salah. This is the second half of the game, and Nunez on the left.
His problem is peak times for those defenders.
Could you imagine the 3 of them as a front 3 in a second half of a game? Not even Man City would want to see that, bro.
and I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that Ivan Toney is a bad player. I'm not saying that at all. I think he's an exceptional player. But what I am saying is, tell me the last time this team has brought in a player that can't play multiple positions.
Just has happened.
Yeah, but sometimes you have things differently. Football evolves.
But
same thing.
But I'm
seen Klopp change his system this season. We all were barking at Klopp last year. Oh, all you do is 4-3-3, 4-3-3. This year we've seen 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2, all different types of rotation.
Yeah, but that requires at the end of the day, when he changes the system like that. So to cut you.
He's come back. He's come back.
Yeah, I'm saying, right, when sort of like he changes the system, that requires at the end of the day, players at the end of the day to play versatile and be able to play multiple positions. That's what it is at the end of the day when he does change the system. You know what I mean? You have
Nunez only plays in 9 rods though. Nunez really
okay. So no, that's inaccurate though, because when Nunez came, he sometimes will play left wing.
Yeah,
he
but
sometimes
will
put out left. That's
no,
like
but hold on.
Plays.
You know something, yeah. I'll be real with you guys, yeah, and I'm gonna say this, and you know what? It is what it is. I don't have a problem with Nunez, yeah. But I tell you this now, I'd rather Ivan Toney in this team than Nunez. If you gave me if I was playing FIFA today, like no, seriously, and look, it's not a diss. It's not a diss on him.
Didn't you say the opposite like 15 minutes ago?
No. Listen. What I'm saying, I like Nunez. Yeah, I do like Nunez because he offers something. He offers a bullying thing. That's what he does for me. For me, his runs are brilliant. Yeah, he's still maybe this season. Yeah, Nunez has to bang. He's got bare food now ready for him. Yeah, he's got midfielders who can assist him. Salah can assist him. Yeah, he's got to do well this season. And if he doesn't do well this season, yeah, I'm looking to sell him on and buy Ivan Toney. Because you know what, he's a good player and he's got that likability and love. You know, people love him. But the problem with that, is you can love someone, you can, be so nice, but if you can't do the job, you need to bring in someone that can do the job. And that's what my thing is. And I think Ivan Toney would come in and he wouldn't have a lot of he's already Premiership proven. He's a Liverpool fan as well. All right. He's got leadership skills. He is a handful. And I've seen him play on the left a few times for Brentford. So the thing is, all right, I wouldn't even mind him over someone like Nunez if Nunez doesn't step up. Nunez has to step up. I love Nunez, but he does need to step up. And if he doesn't step up at some point, you've got to question that. Because you can have...
you've got to question it. There's no doubt about that, you've got to question it. But just what it is in order for sort of like an Ivan Toney and they to play in our team and he has to be more versatile than what he is. That's what I'm saying, because the Klopp system and they requires that. Do you know what I mean? At no means at them day I'm saying that Toney is Ivan Toney and is a bad player. At no means that day I'm saying that I wouldn't mind him in my team. You know what I mean? I welcome that, but he has to be a lot more versatile than what he is. That's unfortunately what the Klopp system at the day requires at the end of the day. So like a player to be. Now the question would be at the end of the day, right? Can he match up to that? Can he be versatile? Can he play left, right, through the middle, or sometimes through the midfield? Can he do that?
But let's be fair, Raj.
Darwin Nunez isn't versatile.
Exactly. Darwin Nunez was playing.
Darwin Nunez. I mean, I know, Barson, you were talking about who was the other guy? Did you swap him for Jota? Yeah, it's more of a Nunez or Toney thing. Like Nunez isn't versatile.
He is.
He can kind of do other, but he just wants to do one thing. And if you want to ask him to do other things, you might get some joy out of him. But I get we are buying with the Gravenberches and the Gakpos and the people like that, but Darwin is a hammer. He's not a multi-tool.
They asked Darwin Nunes that they asked Klopp at the day, how comes Darwin Nunes' game is changed and how comes he's playing better? Because he's playing better than obviously what he has last year, right? And he said at the day because he's defending more. So really and truly at the day, yeah, he's like he'll play left from the middle and he'll go back into midfield, stand up ball from midfield. You know what I mean? And he'd even defend it at the day if he has to defend. So that's what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're saying. He's learning how to work hard and earn his place in the system. But I
don't really see. What I'm trying to say with Ivan Toney, I don't really see that with Ivan Toney. Maybe because he hasn't had to do that. He's in a team at the day where he's been put in at the day to score goals and that's what he's done. That's what he's done. So he's been put in that position, and he's like he's never had to go on the left. He's never had to go on the right. He's never had to go back in midfield. He's just been in that position.
Yeah. Well, what I say with a player like Toney is, do I think would I want Liverpool to go out and buy him? No. Would I be happy if he was in our squad and on our bench and an option? Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know
what I mean? But and not do I want us to go out there and spend 50 minutes to buy the kid? No, but if he just happened to come up through our ranks, he's an option off your bench for a number 9 role.
Oh, for
sure.
Yeah,
do you go out there and buy the guy? No, you don't.
Yeah, the thing with Ivan Toney, as you just said it now, it's going to cost like between 50 or 60 million a day.
Oh yeah.
Sure, in it. You know what I mean? It's going to cost that. And you're right, but Brian, I agree with you. Would I want him on the bench? Fuck yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's worth a go.
I'll bite your hand off for that. I will bite your hand off for that. Do you know what I mean? Imagine him coming. Listen, imagine him and imagine him, right? And Darwin Nunes at the day coming on the field and day to finish off a team. That's murder. That is murder.
So
be very careful.
Tony is
Redbird and Mary is in the chat. You're gonna get the Sicario.
I know. Hey, no. I got your back, Mary and Redbird, because I was just about to say, Bayesian Pops wants to chime in too. Let me bring Bayesian Pops in here too.
Yes, bring Pops, man.
Yo,
Pops.
Big up, Pops.
Bless. Okay, nowadays.
Pops, you see the Vinci flag?
I see it.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party.
I'll make you feel at home enough. From over the ocean, brother. From over the ocean. You can see you know. Yeah, but
this is supposed to be. This is the Diego appreciation party. So let me do this.
I knew if I ran it long enough, I'd get some pop.
Bigger.
So I'm looking at the stats. And Ivan Toney has only played. He's only played center forward. He's never played left wing. He's never been put in at the right wing position. And he had 34 games at center forward. He has 21 goals, 4 assists.
Numbers.
That's what his stats. What's that?
I'm buying him so that no one else can get him. I'm buying him just so that Chelsea and Arsenal can't get him. How about that?
No, I would buy him certainly for those reasons alone. Yes, absolutely.
And then we can figure out what we can do with 6.
When it comes to,
we got 6 guns, and we can figure out what we can do with them. That's all.
It's good to have options, isn't it?
I was going to say though, when it comes to Darwin Nunez last year, Darwin Nunez played center forward and he played left wing, and he actually played left wing. I want to say more than he played center forward. Give me 1 second. I'll make sure I had that stat right.
He's played more than that
because it's about equal.
That was 4.
It's about equal. What's that?
Last season, if Jota's fit at the beginning of the season, I think Nunes has a better season. He isn't forced in. He isn't forced to play on the left and then as striker and then back on left and back as striker. Once if Jota were fit, he gets to sit on the bench and come on as a sub, as an impact sub, much like what he's doing now.
He's
going to have eventually start a lot of games too.
The thing is, I think Nunes is going to have a lot of opportunities now because you've got Gakpo who's injured. You're going to have obviously Jota's got a red card and stuff like that. He's going to have an opportunity.
Suspension,
yeah. So I mean, he's going to have a chance to stake his game. And if you're going to play, the next game we're playing is obviously Brighton. That's going to be a big game for him.
Fire.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, and if he
does, Salah going to cook.
Yeah. This is it, because people are talking like Redbird's got a good point as well, and big up Redbird. What he's saying that is obviously Salah is more of an assist king, all right, when Nunes is playing. Otherwise, Salah tends to do his own thing, so that could help him. That's why I say it's like he can cook. He can cook this season, and he needs to cook. It's nothing like a disrespect on him. I like the guy as a player. You know, he's a very likable guy. Yeah, but obviously. He needs to do his job in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fellas, they're gonna jump out.
Good big up,
yes, definitely. Appreciate you hopping on and showing the love for sure. Beijing Reds TV representing for sure.
Big up Beijing Bars each and every time, man.
Big up my brothers.
Yeah, big up, man.
I'll tell Diego you said what's up. I'll tell Diego you said what's good.
You do that.
I got you. All love, my Red. Always. So you know what too? I'm looking at these stats too, and it looks like what did I say? 24 goals he had. 24 goals, I believe, and he had like 60. It was out of some 60 plus games for Ivan Toney, and it's 50 games so far. And Darwin Nunez for Liverpool has tallied 19 goals, 6 assists. So he's doing a little bit more work. At a younger age. I mean, let's keep it real. Like, Tony is 27 years old, going on 28.
Is he 27?
Yeah, he's 27.
Yeah, he's a big man.
And obviously Nunez is 24. So Nunez definitely has some more time to develop.
And Nunez is 22, isn't he?
No, he's 24.
Yeah. 24, isn't he?
24.
He's 24.
I thought he was 22. My bad.
So, sorry, Marianne.
He just turned 24.
He's precious. I get that.
Oh yeah. Hey,
you gotta watch it.
You can't say anything about Darwin Nunes with Marion about it. Sorry.
Yeah, Marion. Sorry, man. You know what? He's precious, but I can't say that because I'm a guy in it. You get me? So I can't be like looking at him in that way, innit?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. When I play number 2, you know.
No.
Okay, so how about this then? I'll ask you this question. This is a question for the panel. All right, and we'll go since Beijing Pops is new to the panel, we'll allow for him to go first. Okay, the question is this. Okay, would you? And there are 2 different positions, 2 different players. I get that, but there are 2 positions that obviously people want to address. And if we were going to consider Tony, who's looking at about 65 million. I think that's what they're asking for right now, 65 million. Okay. There's a player that plays for Bayern Munich right now who's out of favor, plays center back. His name is De Ligt. We could possibly get him for 65 million. Okay. If you had the choice, would you take De Ligt at 65 million at center back, or would you take Ivan Toney at 65 million at center forward? I know they're 2 different positions, but we got 65 million in the kitty, and we got to choose between the 2. And both want to play here, let's say.
Jesus Christ.
I'd have to go with the center back. He's younger, and he's a position that we really need to rebuild because Matip and Verge are closer to the end. So I would go with De Ligt.
Yeah.
Well, I'm speaking to Verge. Okay. I'm speaking to Big Verge and saying,
yeah. Let me
know how bad that injury is. Let me know what's going on over there. And if everything's good and he's right and ready, then I'm going with De Ligt.
I got you. You're doing PSG management style. I got you.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
we're looking very, very orange. All of a sudden, if we get De Ligt, everything looks very orange on our side.
Yes,
it would. Baz, same question then. Since you're on the Ivan Toney train, would you if you had a choice between those 2 players, De Ligt or Ivan Toney, who are you choosing? Because both will be available. Both are available.
No, look, I love Eric Vantoni. I think he's a brilliant player. But I need to look at what I need right now. You get me? And right now, what I need right now is, look, I can only speak for one thing, and I'm not an athlete, yeah? But you know, when you tear an ACL, you're never the same, yeah? So Van Dijk, obviously his age and as it is, and he's been playing brilliantly, I would be looking to strengthen defense at the moment, because that's more my priority. Because forwards, I know whoever I've got right now is going to score goals, but I do need that extra backup.
Even if that's going to possibly go into Happy Kwanzaa's like development and like his minutes or opportunities and everything else. Just ask me.
I hear you. You know what? Kwanzaa is good so far. Yeah, he's been playing well, and he deserves the opportunities that he gets. Yeah, but at the same time, you can never like Kwanzaa hasn't cost us anything. You get me? And the thing is, when you look at Van Dijk and you look at Ibrahim Konate, yeah, that's two potential. Van Dijk has been playing since day one. Yeah, he needs a break now and again, so you can have a De Ligt and stuff like that. Yeah. But then at the same time, when you look at Ibra and his injuries, yeah, he's obviously injury prone-ish, yeah. You do kind of need someone. You do kind of need someone to step in there, and Kwanzaa could still get those games. You know what I mean,
no, facts. You listen, at the day, right? You got sort of like, as true what Baz just said at the day, in respects of Kwanzaa at the day, right? You get delivered, and he's still going to develop. He's still going to develop. He's still going to get games. So don't worry about that, because when Klopp at the day is like, when Klopp has he's like kind of like iron somebody, and he like, you know, he wants to develop somebody, a player. There ain't nothing going to stop him from developing a player. He will develop him. Do you know what I mean? And he's almost there. The lit and day would be an excellent shout. It'd be an excellent shout, because then that day that could be the future. At the end of the day, of the centre backs in the day, because he said, you know what I mean. You know, you said that Matip is coming to the end, because if he signs another contract, it's going to be. He knows that it's bit part, and he's good with that. He's good with that. As you're saying, like, you know, you've got sort of like Verge coming towards the end. You know what I mean, in a good couple of years. Like De Ligt, Konate, and Kwanzaa.
Because he's not starting. Yeah, because De Ligt isn't. Let me just make sure you know that too. De Ligt isn't starting for Bayern Munich. Yeah. He's not even being mentioned when it comes to starting lineups. It's always Kim and
Upamecano.
Yeah, them three defenders there could literally be at the day the future of Liverpool centre back. This is what it is. You know what I mean? That's why I would.
Why is that not playing?
I don't know why. He don't know. He's not injured. He just don't fancy him.
Yeah. So you see, that's the problem.
Tuchel has lost faith in De Ligt. Tuchel has lost faith in De Ligt. De Ligt doesn't even get to see playing time for Bayern.
That's very interesting.
And right now, and that says something, considering that Upamecano hasn't necessarily been lighting the world on fire with his
exactly.
You know. A donkey, though.
Not a donkey, but a bit of Bambi on ice. God, I'll be polite.
There you go.
I'll tell you
then
what.
Brian, then Brian?
We got the better one, bruvs.
Baz, you're wicked, you know. Baz, you're wicked. I call my donkey.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still in a foul mood, man.
Yeah,
I know.
I know.
Baz said it will come as.
Baz trying to make this an OF scene or something like that.
Baz, you've been cool tonight, man. I can tell, like the underlying vibe is obvious. We all, you know, but we're all here in the same boat, man. We really are.
Right.
Like, we're all.
I know, but you know what? I have a problem. Look, you see how I'm just relaxed right now because my blood pressure's high.
I know. I can feel it.
You're taking your blood pressure. You got someone taking your blood pressure?
I know. I don't know. It looks like you're doing
the bloody blood pressure. The bloody VAR's giving me blood pressure. Bruv, to my heart, bruvs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Brian, what's your answer to that question? I got some answers from the chat. Like, who do you think? Are you taking De Ligt, or are you taking?
That thing. Right, yeah. Obviously, De Ligt over Ivan Toney.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't.
Because they're both the same. They're both about the same. They're both about the same price tag right now. They're both about the same price tag.
Yeah, but one of them is banned from world football, and one of them isn't. And
very true. Very true.
One of them is a centre half, the other isn't. Like all I said about Tony Erdogan, it's like one of those guys where if you have him on your squad, like if he's our, I don't know, we don't really even have one, or Origi or something. He's great, and you keep him. But if you'd wanted to, you bring in a De Ligt all day long. Definitely on that one. I'd see that as our next. You know, it's our next position to go for. With two. So that's like we should have done like all of it 2 years ago and not be in a position now, but it is now a position where we've sorted all our midfield problems for some reason without buying a centre half that just slots in. But that's obviously the next thing. That'll be the next two big signings we make.
Well, then, who would you take over this? Would you take Pavard over De Ligt as sideline football show?
Oh, yeah. No, dude, I can't talk about football like that at this stage because there's so many players out there across the world now.
There's
so many top quality footballers. Yeah, like I mean, the level of knowledge and detail now that people have about. I can talk about players that I heard are good and I've seen are good. I don't want to go mad crazy and on stuff where this is the best young defender. Like I knew Guardiola was brilliant, but then Manchester City spent 90 million on him, so obviously he's brilliant. So yeah, there's at least like 15 to 20 excellent young centre halves out there in European football right now, and we should just go and buy one of those guys. Is what I'm saying. I'm not going to be one of these guys. Oh, Hinsape or Ignacio. These are the people. Maybe they're brilliant. Okay, cool. Go for those guys. But I don't watch the Portuguese league. I don't watch the German league. You know, I'm not going to pretend to go. Yeah, no, I couldn't back up anything I say. You know, I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't back up a call I make. So I just buy the best guy you can get.
I think the reason why a lot of people are in these places nowadays is because when it comes to the way that we look at football, a lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of fans out there tend to play Football Manager, or they play FIFA, and it's crazy because I heard this question be asked on ESPN FC, was posed to it's posed to Stevie, who had like a bewildered look on his face. But like Stevie, I think I want to say Burley was on there. I think Shaka was on there, and it was asked about how do you think that because of FIFA, because of Football Manager, and because of all these different computer games and such, people are more cognitive of these players, and albeit we're doing it off a video game, or they're doing it off a video game, but they're more cognitive of these players and their abilities. Primarily because, yes, they're not watching the Portuguese league, but they're playing their FIFA game and they're playing against him, or they just traded for him, or they just or they figured out a way to get him in a transfer or something like that. A lot of these people are a lot of these other leagues players are being more readily accessible to a lot of, especially youth watchers of the game that are youth. That's how they're getting their ideas and concepts of who's a good player, who's not a good player. And I'm not saying it's a valid way of determining that, but I'm just saying that's what I think. There's so many tools out there. Then again, maybe that's just me being the football romantic.
There's too many, and then you've also got Transfermarkt as well. You can find players on there because it's all data. Everything is data, and even like back in the day, Like when we had the data analysts who would draw like 3-4 different players that is suited to Liverpool style. That's what all these things are, and that's what it is right now. You know what I mean? Right now, if I was to play FIFA, yeah, I wouldn't know all these players.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But what I would do
Right.
is probably transfer mark, yeah, and see who's the hottest thing right now. Do you know what I mean? And then I'll be looking at them and stuff like that, and just do my little versions. Right, he's an ox, as in like he can defend. He's got, he's strong in the air and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And then I would look at that, and I would look at realistically, will someone like Barcelona sell him, or this guy will sell him and stuff like that. And do you know what? Every player has a price. You know what I mean? Gravadal, all right, I think would have been absolute genius if we would have got him, because he's already declared his love for Liverpool. However, you can't really look at that nowadays because, you know what I mean, he went to our biggest rivals, Man City. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult. But De Ligt would be a good player. The only issue I have with him is he was at Juventus, wasn't he, before he went to So what happened to him? You know what I mean? Is there something wrong with him, or is there little issues that he has? Because when you're gonna go and buy someone like a De Ligt, he's a household name. So he's gonna come with a premium, and we gotta make sure when we replace someone like a Van Dijk, you need to get a good quality thing, not just like a one with a name that isn't really there. Look at Sami Hyypiä, for example. No one really knew of him. He came here, he was a don, and he goes down as a Liverpool great. £2.5 million. What an absolute!
Where's he from? He was got him from the Finland league, isn't it? So, isn't it Finland league?
Willem II.
No, we got
him with Willem II.
Yeah, Willem II. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of. But you know, you were saying there actually about it today, just to pick up on what you just said, which are valid points. Don't get me wrong. The thing is with Juventus at the day, Juventus are a funny club. Do you know what I mean? Buy literally the next best thing, and then they just don't want it. Like when they got like Emre Can, they got Emre Can on sort of like on a free. He lasted a season.
Didn't they have a financial problem because they sold like Ronaldo and then obviously De Ligt and then Can. They were buying some at one stage. They were buying like spending quite a bit of money at Juventus.
The wages were too big, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So
Ramsey went to them as well, right? Ramsey from Arsenal didn't go there as well.
That's right.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he ended up.
He was on big money. He was on big money.
Pops. They gave Ramsey 400 grand a week.
A week, yeah.
400
bags
in Italy for Aaron Ramsey.
And then they paid him. They were paying him to play for Rangers.
But you know what?
I think he played something like 62 games for Juventus. I know that sounds a bit specific, but he literally played about a season and a bit. For 400 grand a week, and they paid up every penny of that. He went to Juve, and then he goes to Rangers.
That's what it was with Juventus at the day. They was getting in these players at the day on a free and for that, and they're putting them on ridiculous money. Like Sami Khedira. Remember Sami Khedira? They had him, right? Yeah. And I had him on some ridiculous money as well.
Rabiot as well. They
thought they cracked the free transfer market.
Wages.
They got to the Champions League final twice. They got to the Champions League semi-final twice in consecutive seasons. And they said they did that, and then they thought we'll win it if we get Ronaldo. The only thing that's stopping us getting the Champions League is Ronaldo. So they bought Ronaldo for about 120 million off Real Madrid when he was about 31 years old. Gave him about 500 grand a week, and never even got out of a Champions League a group game after that. Never got near it.
Yeah. But the thing is about the Ligt at the end of the day, I don't feel at the end of the day there's any problems with him. I just think he's been unlucky, and he's gone to clubs at the end of the day that
he's been ill-advised, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a better point. I think that's
the best way of putting it. He's been ill-advised in the day, and what it would be at the end of the day, it would be a major coup at the end of the day if Klopp can get in there now, and say bring him in January. I said that bring him in January because
he's still only about 25.
Yeah, good. But the thing is about
24.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, he's still very young.
Yeah, but he knows.
He's 24.
He knows at the day, and he's gonna know at the day from Cody Gakpo, Virgil van Dijk, and Gravenberch, because that's one of the reasons why Gravenberch come to Liverpool, because he knew at the day A, he was gonna get games, B, he was gonna develop. He was gonna do all these things that he thought he was gonna do at Bayern Munich. He was gonna do it at Liverpool. Yeah.
He should have come direct.
Yeah.
He should have never gone to Bayern Munich. He should have come direct. He missed out. He had a chance to come to us before.
Yeah, we wanted him when he was with Ajax, but he went to Bayern Munich and Bayern Munich. See what.
He went to Juventus first, and then he went to Bayern Munich. He went to Juventus first.
No. We're talking about Gravenberch.
Oh, I thought you were talking about De Ligt. Okay.
Yeah. But so what I'm trying to say at the end of the day, if somebody one of these guys at the end of the day, like your Gravenberch, like your Virgil van Dijk, even Gakpo can speak to De Ligt and say, listen, come over here, man. It's good over here, though. Brother, it's good. You're going to get game time.
They definitely will be talking to him. They definitely will be talking to him.
You need to talk to him, man. Talk to him. Say, come over here, man.
I want a cut price.
That's the whole
65 million. Not
that's
65
the reason
million,
why.
He's sitting
What's
down.
That? What did you say, Pops?
I want discount. I'm not paying 65 million. I want discount.
No, but look, discounting. But what I'm saying is that he's sitting down. He's sitting down in Germany at the day, right? Literally doing nothing. And he's watching people like Ruben McCarthy at the day. Which at the day, what you're saying, Baz, I know you said he's a donkey and he's funny.
No, Bambi on ice.
No, but to quote your words, originally, he actually is a donkey. Because at the end of the day, he hasn't played as much games at the day, right, as he's supposed to. He's been injured all the time. Do you know what I mean? So what? You're gonna pick him over me? Jeanette must be sitting down thinking, you're not mugging me off here, yeah? What I mean? Get down to Anfield, man. What's wrong? Get to Anfield, man.
That's the main reason.
There's one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, and I think I was really excited when we got Ryan Gravenberch. Yeah, I like the guy. Mm-hmm. I have said this, and I didn't mean it in an insult. Yeah, I know I just come out with some shit at sometimes. Yeah, but what I would say, yeah, he's a cheap man's Jude Bellingham. Yeah, he plays like him. Yeah, he's a great player. But he's a cheaper option because of the British tax in terms of Jude Bellingham. Yeah. Now, Gravenberch, I love this guy. He just needs to be very careful because I'm already looking at him. Yeah, he's a great player. He's got the potential. He can be world class at Liverpool. All right, but he needs to take his opportunities. Yes, I know he's only just started. He has done a couple of assists. He's a bit rusty because he wasn't getting a fair crack at Bayern Munich for real.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, obviously De Ligt is the same. All right, they're obviously not getting fair crap. So something's going on over there. But this guy does need to take his chances, and he can't come over here and sit on a bench. He needs to for his own development, and I'm talking about for his own development as well. He needs to actually step up a little bit. He needs to give like your Endos or your McAllisters and even your Soboslais, that thing to think about because he is a good player. I want to see him, I want to see him step up, and I think this guy on his day, can be one of the best players. Like he would be on the levels of a Jude Bellingham, but obviously, like British is always going to give him in it.
Do you think, Baz, at the day, right? Do you think all those things that you spoke about, and they with in respect to Gravenberch, because I see where you're coming from and such, Do you think at the day that those things will come in time? You know what I mean? Under like a Klopp.
I hope so. I mean, he does have. Listen, Klopp can build players into like world class players. Yeah, we've seen it. All right. But what I would say, is he does have. He did have an attitude problem at Bayern Munich. Now he just needs to come here. He's a fresh start. He's only played there for 1 year. Didn't get much games, so he can get the rust and the cobwebs off. Yeah. and just go back to his Ajax days, because he's going to get the support from Jurgen Klopp. All I'm saying is he just needs to take it. You know what I mean? Because right now he's on the bench. Yes, fine. He done well already. I've given him props because he chose not to play for Holland, the under 23s or whatever 21s, and he obviously got himself settled, which is a good thing. It shows that you're committed to the club. Now, what you need to do now is just obviously take chances and take your chances. Because when he did come on against Wolves, I know he's not a striker. I know he's a bit rusty. Yeah. But you know what? There was a bit too much juggling with the ball before he got his shot off.
Yeah.
And then obviously, but then he's like made up. Obviously, he's assisted in the games. He's assisted a couple of times and stuff like that. So he's got it. I just want him to challenge, because we've got a good midfielder in him, and I want him to reach his true potential. And I think if you have like someone like, if I don't like McAllister playing in DM, but if you're going to play McAllister in DM at the moment, then you know what I mean, play him in DM. So Boss lies there, and he needs to compete with, I don't know, is it Curtis Jones or whoever's at that left midfield? He needs to step up. That's all I mean by that.
No, it's true, and today, I think that's a fair comment, because basically, what you're saying what we're saying, and we said we want the best for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the guy. I don't want him to fail.
That's what I'm saying. You see a player there. You literally see a player there.
Yeah.
So you want the best for him, and then because at the end of the day, he's at that age, and he can only grow. He can only grow.
Good age as well, bro.
If anything. Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Finish your thought, and then I'll try.
Yeah, no. I was just saying that he's at a good age, and he's at a brilliant club to progress. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah.
But isn't that what I was going to bring up, and I'd like to hear Bejan Pops and Brian's comments on this too. Isn't that what we somewhat saw with Fabio Carvalho? Excuse me. In that he had the attitude that we saw Ryan have at Bayern, apparently, thinking that he should play, think he deserves to play, is what Fabio had here, thinking that he deserves to play, and not only should play, but deserves to play. Right? So
but they never wanted a 10. That's the thing. Liverpool never wanted a 10 or played as a 10, And when they had him, I thought he was going to be challenging, or he was going to be playing on the left wing or something like that. When you look at Carvalho, when he played at Fulham, he played behind what's his name? And he was effective there. He reminded me of a Coutinho who had to have a free role, but he was never going to get that at Liverpool. He was destined to fail in the politest way. I like Carvalho, but there was an attitude problem. But you're not going to change your system for someone that's unproven. You know what I mean? So that's what had happened.
And that goes. Just a quick one. Yeah, just a quick one. That goes with what I'm saying. And then when you go back to the Ivan Toney situation, what the Klopp system at the end of the day requires you to do, is to be versatile. You know what I mean? Not just to play, one position. Like for instance, Fabio Carvalho, when he came in and he wanted to play a 10. You know what I mean? But we don't play with a 10. So, I want you to play on the left. You know what I mean? Maybe I put you on the right.
But if you're dynamic enough, real quick, Uncle Roz, if you were dynamic enough, or if you're such a great player to the level where your skills at a 10 demand you to be on the pitch, then you would definitely think that Klopp would probably figure out a way to put a 10 involved in the scene.
Klopp don't do that.
That's how.
I'm not. I hate what you're saying, and that does make sense. That does make sense.
I'm just saying. This is a thought. That's a thought.
No. It makes. Don't get me wrong. It makes perfect sense what you're saying. Perfect sense. But the thing about Klopp at the end of the day, he doesn't. He's a system player. He's a system guy in the day, right? And he literally at the end of the day, he doesn't literally at the end of the day sort of like he's got this system and he'll stick to that system, and he won't change it. What he wants you requires you to do is for you to be able to change your game. And I help you to change your game. That's what I'm getting at. Do you know what I mean? So like that's what he needs to do.
Beijing Pops, I definitely want to hear your thoughts on that, and I definitely want to hear your thoughts as well, Brian. I'm just gonna say hello to John. Glasgow Reds TV is in the house. I'm not gonna say the rest of it, but I'm gonna say Glasgow Red TV in the house. So, but big up, brother, big up. How are you doing today?
Big up, mate. I'm not too bad.
Yeah, you kind of. I was gonna say you kind of tagged in a little late. We're about to wrap up here, but I definitely wanted to allow for you to be involved in the chat and this discussion. We're getting into a bunch of things, kind of going to little tangents here and there, giving them little dream scenarios of my own of who I think we should bring in. I'm always defending as I always do. My Reds, you know how it is. But I think Uncle Rod's going to log back in. I think something wrong with his phone. But Beijing Pops, are you seeing what it is that I'm saying? And when it comes to just possibly, one, Gravenberch could do what we all suggested, which is say to De Ligt, "Hey, brother, I know what you're going through. I know that you're going through this moment that I went through in the sense of being someone that knows they have talent, is falling out of favor with the coach, wants to play but isn't playing, and now I'm in Liverpool, seeing massive opportunities. Albeit he's not a starter from the gate for every game, but he's getting opportunity. $300 a week. Was that Brian?
He's on $300,000 a week.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I know. I understand that. Euros, I think this is euros.
One of the latest issues, similar to Frankie De Jong to me, was when they both moved, took salaries that made them almost impossible to get back.
Yeah.
They both went.
That is important. Yeah.
Just into Barcelona, respectively. The salaries that they took put them in a situation where they were never going to be bought easily. And I don't know how good he is, but obviously we have a structure in place where salaries are set at a specific level. And for me, he can come and sit down behind the likes of Van Dijk and Salah and earn as much money as them. So that would be a problem.
There's no way. I wouldn't. You're right. I wouldn't put
transfer
in
right.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
So if that's his expectation, then he can stay at Bayern Munich and sit on the bench and earn a salary. If he wants to play, then take a salary cut, come and earn your keep, and rebuild. It's the same because you've already made enough money not doing anything. Come and earn some money doing something.
It's the same thing with I want to hear you continue on your point. Same as Realism Gerard saying. Same thing with Sancho. Sancho's making the money that Sancho's making isn't justifiable for the play that he's creating for Manchester United. But it makes it's the same thing with Frankie De Jong. I was trying to get I was saying, we should go Frankie De Jong. First thing when I looked at is what he's making at Barcelona. I'm like, guess we're not getting Frankie De Jong. You know. I mean,
Sancho is ill-advised as well, in my opinion. Sancho shouldn't have gone to Man United, but it is what it is. He's another one of those players I think would have benefited from coming to us. We were linked.
Yeah.
He would have benefited from coming to a system that's more stable, better to fit in, and give him time to settle and readjust.
How's that even possible? Sancho, 275.
I think it actually might be more than that. I think it might be more. I could be wrong. I think it might be a little bit more.
That's sick. Rashford got his 375,000 contract. Wow, man. And you wonder why and that's the thing about it too. And I mean, I know you're a football romantic. I mean, like when it comes to trying to balance out the locker rooms, you have to recognize the fact that there are people talk. Like I know we're in here in the States, so I'm referencing, for instance, I have some friends that play basketball, play in the NBA, and they all know, everyone knows what you're making. So like, you know what you're making, and yet, like they're sitting around playing. A lot of the players like to play cards, for instance. They like to play cards. They gamble.
12 man. I know you mentioned this maybe a few streams back before about the locker room and players' wages and stuff like that. But as far as I'm concerned, you have to earn it. You have to earn what you're on. Like
no one gets a Salah wages if you're not proven. Now, the one thing that I'm okay with, all right, is if we got a De Ligt, for example, right, he went to Juventus and they were inflating in terms of wages and stuff like that. He's gone to Bayern Munich, okay, a more rounded team, you know, like a very German efficient team who are just dominant in their league, yeah, to set a name for himself. Now he's going to come, if he does come to Liverpool, if he comes into the Premier League, yeah, it's a different league altogether. And I think, yeah, you can't just lick him down with like, I don't know, 80,000 a week. He's going to say, you know, F you for that, yeah. But you can, when you negotiate with you know, own like agents and stuff like that and players, you can bust incentives initially. Like no one says he deserves 250,000 or 300,000 a week, but you have to earn it, and you can do that because every season you can, or every other season or something like that in your terms, you can negotiate based on performances and stuff like that. And he's worth, if he on his day, if he comes at 24 years old at Liverpool and he does a Van Dijk or whatever, and he stays from injuries and stuff like that, and he helps us win leagues, then by all rights he should be on a Salah wages or something like that.
But then, Baz, if you're having these players, the problem you have these days is if you want to sign world-class players or potentially world-class players, then you need to pay them what they're worth. And unfortunately, these days, these players demand high salaries. That is just what you need to pay. It's just the way it is these days in football.
No, you're right. You're right. What I would say on that, yeah, but is if you're already coming with like, you know, madness, like Raheem Sterling. I love the guy. He broke my heart when he left, yeah. But I'm sorry, you can't come at a little U and one win nothing, yeah, and start saying I want this.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
No, I know, but I'm talking about greedy players. We don't want greedy players at our football club.
No, you're right. You're right.
But that's also to everyone's points, though. Isn't that one of the major reasons why we're seeing such issues when it comes to trying to get players in, trying to keep them settled, trying to keep them happy, is that, you know, there are other leagues, for instance, like the French league or even La Liga, especially when it comes to Real Madrid or even Barcelona, that despite the fact that, you know, the La Liga isn't the richest league in the world, but it just so happens that Real Madrid and Barcelona tend to generate such incredible numbers, and they're paying these players. We just spoke about Frankie de Jong earlier. He's getting paid some 500,000-600,000 or something like that. You know, like that's something that is unsustainable when it comes to trying to bring it to other leagues. Mbappe's close to $1 million. Mbappe's on close to like $1 million practically. You know, how are you going to bring a Mbappe in to a team? Even City can't necessarily like contemplate really trying to bring that kind of player in.
I get where you're coming from, but the big problem we have these days, and we're going to have going forward, unfortunately, I think it's here to stay. I hope it doesn't. I hope it feels. But it's the Saudi League. The Saudi League have literally just upped the bar. So we're getting these players. There's a player from Saudi called Jana, who went there in the summer and is now on ridiculous money, like 500 grand a week. He's only getting paid 60 grand a week at Saudi.
But he hates it there and he wants to come back.
Exactly.
but that's the thing. Exactly. If you were going to offer players that kind of money, it could sway their mind. So we're not competing with Levens.
No, but that's fine though, John. That's fine. At the end of the day, it's a matter of, do you want to come and push the train or not? That's what Klopp said.
Principle.
So if you can see what's happening, you look at the squad. You see Virgil, you see Van Dijk, and you see Salah. That's world-class quality. And then you see the pieces that are being added. Do you want to join that? It looks exciting. Yes, no, okay. If it's yes, then come. If it's no, then all right, fine. You can't get them all. Every single player isn't going to come, but you're going to get some good ones.
Yeah, and it's a project. If you sell the project correctly, and you see what you got around, and if you really want to play football, because right now he's not enjoying his football, for example, Jota, for example, I'm talking about.
Yeah,
he would take that pay cut to come and play at an established thing. But the Saudi League, I would say this now. Yes, I know that country is made. You know, there's a lot of money invested in that country. But what I would say, right, is players' ambitions are key. Now, when when players like him, have gone, who haven't really proven themselves yet, they're not gonna like it. And remember that country, a very different country compared to like your Premier League, your Englands, your Spains, your Italies, and whatnot. Yeah, over there, people the way they live, especially, and I'm not trying to bring religion or anything like that into it, but it's a very, very Muslim-y, and what I mean by that is it's like very there's certain things that they don't tolerate, and they go big on.
They're very, very strict.
Yeah, so then you're not going to really enjoy yourself. Your family might not enjoy themselves. Your kids might have to go to school wearing a cover or something like that on their head or something. It can be very poisonous. And people, if they have ambitions, players have ambitions that they haven't fulfilled. People talk about when we get our players, a lot of players, they say want to win a Champions League because of the, the heritage and the stuff of it. Yeah, they're never going to get that again. You know what I mean? Over there. So they will, come and negotiate. They will say, all right, I'm on 500,000 a week. Yeah. But you know what? I'll come here. Yeah. If you sell the project grow to me, and I will kind of like, well, let's negotiate though. You know what I mean? And it can still happen.
Yeah.
To each his own.
It's a reason why
Oscar.
Yeah.
I remember Oscar left Chelsea and went to China when he was still a kid. But his family situation was such that the money he was going to make was going to feed everybody in his family for generations. So he was looking at it saying, well, look, here's my investment to my family. You can judge me as much as you like. But if I win the Champions League once, as opposed to what I'm going to make over here, what I can do with the money I'm going to make over here could do so much more back at home. So there's still circumstances where you say, well, you know what? Do what you have to do and live your life.
Exactly.
You can't judge a man for that.
No, it's true.
In that kind of circumstances, you can't really blame the player, because then they're going out there, being offered a shitload of cash, and that could set their kids up for life. So in that circumstances, you can't really blame the players for doing it.
No, it's true. It's true. It's big life changing money. But let's be real. If you're successful, like look at Mo Salah at the moment. He's resisted the temptation so far, or whatever, to go over there, because he's basically, he will be bigger than Ronaldo or Messi in America, because he's going to a Muslim country. He's got Muslim beliefs, and he'll be the flagship and the leader of going over there. But the thing is, he's resisting the temptation. He's getting decent wages at Liverpool. But when we're thinking about money and Premier League and all that kind of stuff, yes, it doesn't compare in terms of that, but you can still feed. He's playing for Liverpool, Manchester United, or Chelsea, one of these clubs, you can still feed a lot of your family. But you know what? I respect it. Everyone each to their own, innit? Like Pop said, innit? You know what I mean?
I think what Pop said too. There's something that Pops and I, excuse me, Pops and I were speaking on another broadcast, and something that I've seen him say on some other broadcasts as well, solely. But I think that Salah is testament enough of a project that has a real resonance, like it draws you to want to be a part of it. And what Pops was talking about, and it's something that I agree with him, and I've said it, I've been saying it myself too, and that is, if we do well and we have a project that's worth staying with, worth being a part of, that's going to bring you, every one of these players is making money, so it's not like any of these players are going to go broke. So when it comes to actually, if your mindset is around the records, your mindset's around the silverware, your mindset's around like the glory and everything else that is attributed with it all, then you're going to want to get involved in a project that creates that. And look, the Saudi Premier League for Salah, for instance, is not going anywhere. So when it comes to Salah, and what I'm paraphrasing what Pops was saying and paraphrasing for what I'm saying is that if we do well this year, that might be incentive for Salah to say, I'm all in on this. I'll resign and be here because I can stay another year or 2 years. I can push that envelope. I can push that line 2-3 years, further down, and continue to go and look for and bring more glory, quote unquote, to my name and to my likeness, and because if anything, if you go and say, hey, I'm a 2-time Premier League champion, or I'm a 3-time Champion League champion, that's going to continue to just elevate your stance when you do go to Saudi Arabia. John, you want to say something?
Just quickly on Mo Salah. I don't believe Mo Salah will leave his football club for at least another 3 years.
I hope not.
The reason I say that is because if he was going to leave, he would have kicked up fucking summer. He could have very easily handled a transfer request. Mo Salah is all about breaking records, and he wants to break Liverpool's records. He's all about Ballon d'Or. He wants to win a Ballon d'Or. He's not going to Saudi because if you go to Saudi, you cannot win a Ballon d'Or. Let's face it, you can't. To win a Ballon d'Or, you have to win the Champions League.
No, I hear what you're saying. He's a legacy man. He wants to do well, for real. Okay, and you know what? If he's continuing playing for Liverpool and he's scoring goals, there's no reason to. We keep him because he's one of our best players. But at the same time, he should have won the Ballon d'Or a few times, but he hasn't. And remember we had issues with Suarez as well, not winning it and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know if this, how they look at things. I mean, like back in the day when you look at like George Weah and stuff like that, players like that who had won it, but from like smaller countries, like or third world countries or whatever, it was very different in them days. Now, like I said, it's so corrupted. And I keep going with the corrupted and the coffin on my thing is like whatever, yeah. But I mean, we're in a world of money. We're in a world of money, and yeah, you can get people with loyalties or right morals about themselves. That would be, you know what, I'm the kind of player that want to just bust records at Liverpool, and you do that and you resist the money. But at the same time, I'm not going to stand here or sit here and say, you know what, he has to stay for life, because I'm sorry, a player is always replaceable. And yes, I know what you guys are saying. You know what I mean? You guys don't want him to leave and stuff like that. But trust me, you know how it goes. Sometimes when you start dipping and your form is not so great, then people will question it. And they'll question them own selves and think, do I actually have this level? Can I play at this level? And you probably want to make that one big last move. Maybe at 39 years old, he might want to leave. But that's okay for me.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I think he's earned. I mean, you talked about earning. He's earned it. Go ahead, John. Do you want to say something real quick? We have to wrap up pretty soon.
Just when you're saying people being corrupt, it's not it went beyond corruption, I think.
Oh, I thought you was going
to.
I'm okay. I'm happy.
There is now an agenda against Liverpool Football Club, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says. There's an agenda against Liverpool Football Club. The weekend proves it. There's an agenda against this football club.
You know what? I'm just recovering from this wound, bruv, so I don't want to go in.
John, don't ignite that. We've already don't ignite that.
Had Man City won the weekend? With Luis Diaz goal being ruled offside? No, what the fuck?
Yeah, I said that.
No, you're right.
Man City lost. That goal was ruled offside. There's an agenda against this football club. The FA are full of fucking cheating bastards. The referees are full of cheating bastards.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
The FA is full of cheating bastards. It's all about money. And because Man City have cash, that's why they get away with it. Each and every single fucking day.
Hopefully.
Well, how about Chelsea?
I'm with you. I'm hoping. What were you saying, Baz? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, yeah, Man City have got cash, but so have Chelsea. But
Liverpool.
Hey, but one of Man City's owners is on the board of UEFA.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah.
I was just going to say this is that, like, I know the conspiracy theories. There's
so much fun. They really are so much fun.
I've already dealt with the agendas earlier. I dealt with it yesterday. I dealt with it early on the stream. We're coming up on 4 hours. I'm gonna have to wrap this up, brothers.
This thing needs to go to bed.
It needs to be replayed. Replay that game. It needs to be replayed.
There's a whole can of worms, brother. If that happens, then what team won't ask for replays? It's like it's one of those things where I'm almost to a point in place where I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. We'll get it back. And just make us that more determined to put bring down the hammer and bring the real pain to this league. That's how I see it. I'm looking at it as we need to just rally around the flag and understand that, you know what, they did us dirty. Cool. We're going to make sure that they regret that, because we're going to turn and we're going to dog mentality monsters.
They pissed Liverpool off, and a pissed off Liverpool is what you don't want.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You keep poking the bear. Guess what? Eventually, that bear will growl and bite, and that's where we're at right now. That's what.
Let me just say it this way, okay? To end it, yeah, okay. Because obviously, I don't want to go back into this, yeah. But what I'm going to say is as simple as this, yeah. If you lock away Susan during match days, yeah, then you don't get this problem.
You and Susan.
Who the fuck
Susan gotta get a room.
Away from these officials, yeah, who are supposed to be doing the job, yeah. We might recover from this, but by the looks of things, it's not likely. Lock Susan away, then you've got half a chance.
Who's Susan?
Bars, I'm fucking my tears.
Brian, you don't want me to go back there, bruv, so I don't want to get...
I don't even want to know who Susan is at this moment.
Oh, I get it. It's a Susie the Floozy, is it? It's a Susie the Floozy thing. I get it.
We're winning. We are winning this fucking league. Even
Too right we are, John. Too right we are.
This league is ours.
Nothing to do with it, man. We're not.
This league is, John, you're right. John, you're right. This league is definitely, look, I've been saying it time and time again. I know that, you know, my romanticism for the game might have been questioned or might have been mocked, but I still think that we are the team that we have together, that the team that we've compiled. There's a reason why it all works. And the reason why I think it all works is because this team is just that, a team. It's not a bunch of individuals. It's not a bunch of different random players that are put on that are all about money or all about this or all about that. I think that collectively this team loves playing together. They love having the opportunity to be on the pitch together. And I think more so, they've been through so many
up and get beaten up by the system. That's the thing. You can't go into the ring and get beat up with your arms tied. And we, as much as we're a brilliant team, all right, we were a better team. I get
that. But ask Rocky.
But at the same time, you can't.
Look, I'm not going to be. I get Baz. You're talking about Susan. You're talking about Baz. You're talking about Susan. I'm going to talk about Adrian. I'm going to talk about Adrian. Okay. Adrian is Rocky's wife. I get it.
Yeah, well,
I get it. You're in the corner like Adrian. Like, you can't win. Trust me, brother. It's okay.
All right. No. Hold up a second. All right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we didn't win in that game, and yes, we got robbed in that game. Yeah. Nevertheless, if we're going to be corrupted, people, managing our games, then we're going to have this problem. So you can't win if you're getting the hierarchy, right? That's messing things up.
But the problem is, they've now went and pissed Liverpool off. A pissed off Liverpool is what you don't want.
Yeah, but
we're going to leave it with a shadow of doubt.
John, against Brighton, we get 3 other players sent off. Do you think we're going to survive that one as well?
100%.
Come on, man.
There's something about this team.
There's something about this team, but we still lost. If you got that mentality saying that, you know what, we're going to beat teams, all right? Why didn't we beat Tottenham with 9 men?
Nine men and an own goal is what it took to beat Liverpool.
But we still lost. Ultimately, we are one.
Last game.
How are we going to win the league if we're getting players sent off because they?
Come on, boss.
Come on.
Only lost.
Are we bit of optimism here?
There is no optimism when people are corrupting us like fuck. That's what's happened. We've got corruption in this game. Okay, those things shouldn't have happened, and we lost the game. It's as simple as that. If we do that against Brighton or against Everton, because we've got to play Everton, and then they're going to do that on us, we're going to have problems. Until they stop that corruption and their shit on.
No, we're going to. I can agree with you. I can agree with you, Baz, that we're going to have issues if we're still being if the league and especially these refs are going to take the type of attitude. I can understand that they've been taking towards us in particular. It seems like they have been looking at us in particularly under a different light than other teams. Okay, I will agree with that because there's a lot of calls I've seen that all we're asking for, and I think this is basically what everyone's saying, is that we would like to see consistency. If we're gonna, I mean, the one thing I can say about the game this past weekend is that the only consistency they showed was that they were bad consistently.
Yeah,
I don't want to see you be bad consistently.
I think our team.
I just want you to get it right, and I want you to get it right consistently. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
but I can agree with that.
Where do you go if the referees are against you? If there is an agenda against referee against Liverpool, sorry, where do you go from here? Is it going to take Liverpool having to take the FA in the Premier League to court?
They are actually.
Yeah,
they are.
No.
Cause.
I just read. No, I just apparently.
No,
they are taking the court.
They're threatening. They're
threatening. Yes. They're threatening to take the PGMO. So Brian, wait, hold on, you guys. Let me just say this, John. Hold on 1 second. Like, you got to realize this. For instance, some teams during those years that they admitted, when they had the scandals and they were saying how these teams are cheating, the teams that didn't make, for instance, if I was like a West Ham or I was, I don't know, a team that was on the brink of being in Champions League, but because
West Ham did it. They sued for it. West Ham did it. I know the question you're going to ask. West Ham did it. And
I'm just using them as an example.
Yeah, but they did it, and they sued for it.
Right.
So if they got relegated, and West Ham stayed up, Sheffield United got relegated, and Tevez and Mascherano shouldn't have been signed with West Ham, so they sued. They didn't get reinstated to the Premier League. They basically settled out of court for 30 million. So that's what happened.
Exactly.
So they sued for it, and if there's something wrong, you go, you get your money, you shut the fuck up, and that's what happened. Because this is the modern world. No, this is the really super harsh modern world.
But at the end of the day, there are several factors I think they take into consideration here. This isn't the first time Liverpool's been done over. If we look
but John, it's not the first. No, but John, you
there was a handball against Everton in the backs last.
I don't care, dude. There's 100,000 times. There's 150 million times that every club in England has been done over by a referee.
100%, but it seems to.
But Brian, John.
Because we watch Liverpool. I don't watch Derby County every week.
Oh, well, that could be
right. But Brian, John, let me just say this, and maybe this will be because I have to wrap this up. But let me just say this: you just made the point about West Ham settling out of court, settling out of court. I'm going to say this: if we do sue, or if we do sue because of maybe the allegations of all the allegations or the money that we lost with City and their 100 plus allegations, or if we did sue because now Chelsea's come out and said they cheated for a decade. Okay, if we did with this particular case, if we do sue and we were to win, and let's say hypothetically we win 60 million.
What do you win?
60 million. We sue for. That 60 million could go then for your Ivan Toney.
No.
Hey, look at it that way.
I don't give a
way.
I don't give a fuck about the money.
Look at it that way. Come on. Look at it the
positive. Who gives the 60 million? The fucking Refs Association?
I mean,
I literally couldn't care about the money.
I mean, maybe the Premier League has to pick up their tab. I don't know how it's going to necessarily work. John, I'm just saying, I don't know how necessarily going to work. Brian as well. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so
move on. We grow up.
Lawyers for that.
No, they made a mistake. Let everybody know.
You're adamantly saying no. What's the problem, perhaps? Would you want to say something real quick?
Nah, I'm not with that. I'm with Brian. I'm ready to box this off.
You with Brian?
Weekend's gone. Finished.
All right.
The only thing that I think we deserve as a club is let us hear what was said, so everybody can be transparent on what the error is. So just send the audio to us.
I
think that's the threat. That's the threat from.
Have a press conference. Have a press conference.
They're supposed to be releasing that audio.
The assistant VR referee and the VR referee have a press conference with all laymen's and have laymen's publicly apologize to the football club.
That's not going to give us a point. That's not going to do anything. It's just going to keep.
They will. It would give me. I think it would give a lot of fans a bit of satisfaction. All right, they've publicly apologized. They've still. This thing we're all forgetting here. They have not publicly apologized to the football club.
They're not. They haven't. They will. I think they eventually will apologize, especially if you're going to start taking people. But they're not going. But they might not. They might not, because if we are going to sue you, if we're going to sue someone, if you say I'm sorry, that's already you accepting that you were in the wrong. So that's not much of a case
but
for you.
They've already accepted they're in the wrong. They said.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but an official apology would be something that it could be used in court to say you just admitted that you're in fault. You admit you're in fault.
They've already released
everything is
that complaint. So therefore,
guys, I got
public apologies to the football club.
John,
in this country is a joke.
I feel you, brother. I feel you. I gotta wrap this up because we're already. I'm at 4. I've been on here for 4 hours, so I gotta get something to eat. My dog is looking at me sideways, like, "How long are you gonna be on here, man?" So
my dog is literally doing the same thing. My dog is literally looking at me for the last half an hour, going, "What the fuck?"
Like, come on. Yeah, the dog's looking at me like, I'm over it, dude. Let's get this going. All right, so Glasgow Red TV, please tell people how they can find you and if you got something coming up. Do you have anything coming up, brother?
You can find me over on Glasgow Red TV on YouTube, on Twitter. There has been a lot of videos of recent that will start coming back slowly and surely, but there is going to be a very, very exciting video coming up very soon in the next couple of weeks.
I wouldn't be surprised what it's going to be about, but
it's going to be the world's hottest gummy bear part 2.
Damn.
Okay.
If anyone's seen part 1, it's going to be fucking hilarious.
Okay, Baz. Tell the people how they can be a part of LVFC TV and how they can, where they can find you, and if you have anything coming up.
Ross. Well, I've got the LVFC channel, so that's there at the moment. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm really angry. So I don't know if I can actually do a show where I'm just gonna be like real. I'm just upset at the moment. So at the moment there isn't much coming up on the show, but yeah, if you guys have gotten a notification bell and stuff like that, then as soon as I do one, you'll see it. But at the moment, I'm going to be resting in that same box that I've got on my picture, and without Susan. Susan's not welcome in there, man.
Oh no, I thought Susan was laying next to you for a little bit. Sorry, no worries.
No, sorry, bro. You know what? I flung her out.
Flung her out.
It's Susan your new wife.
No.
Huh?
It's Susan your new wife.
The whole other. Let's not even go there, John. Let's not even talk about Susan anymore. Susan's a different story.
Susan cost me a goal. So I'm not. She's not my wife. Definitely not, man.
For sure. Okay. And also Beijing Pops. We had Beijing Barnes already in the house representing Beijing Reds TV. We have Beijing Pops LFC representing Beijing Reds TV. Barbados' finest, of course. Tell the people how they can find you if you have anything coming up.
Yeah, Beijing Reds TV. We got the Europa midweek, so we probably will do a reaction afterwards and definitely a preview for Brighton, probably a watch along and then a review. Standard. Okay. So yeah. Hit that notification bell. Like, comment, and subscribe to everybody. Sure. Big up the chat as usual. Big up 12th Man, John, Baz, Laszlo.
Yeah,
have a good night, guys.
Yeah, big up.
Yes, for sure. Brian, I know you don't have a channel yourself, but you got anything special planned for, like, I don't know, you and your dog or something? I don't know.
Why do you always leave me till last? Like there'll always there'll be 4 people. No, but there'll always be like 4 people, and then there'll be like 3 people who have channels and stuff. They can say things, and I'll just come and go, no, I don't have a fucking channel, so whatever. But then you do all the people with channels and stuff, and then you ask me, and then I'm like, I don't have a fucking channel. What are my plans?
Right,
I don't know. Look, I'm going to have. Look, have I got anything coming up? I have breakfast.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm having breakfast tomorrow. That's what I have coming up. I'm not fucking live streaming it. But if someone asks me to come on their show and talk about something, I'll come on your show and I'll talk about something for apparently 4 hours and 15 minutes. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I mean, this is some This is what we're here for. This is what we're here for. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning in Ireland. I am fucked. I am stoned. I'm ready to go to bed. I have everything. So, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man.
Brian, I'm still waiting on you to hit me up on Twitter.
I know, man. Jesus.
Well, Brian, you're always Brian is a much beloved and welcome part of the Mighty Red Army here on Liverpool 12th. Man, he is. If he might say he doesn't have a channel, but this is his channel too, just like it is my channel, just like it's your channel. That's how I look at it. So there you go, Brian, internet genius in the house. So yes, I would like to say thank you for everyone that stuck through this with us. We had a lot of people like jumping in and giving their 2 cents worth. I like the fact that we had a great panel as always. Uncle Raj was on. Uncle Raj was on here. We had Bejan Barnes on here earlier. A lot of great people, a lot of great times. As always, great times. Appreciate each and every one of you. I will most likely do a Tactics Tuesday tomorrow, so I am going to do a little bit of a breakdown. It's going to be difficult because I'm going to be basically breaking down 9 men or something on the Tactics Tuesday, but we do have a week. We do have another big week in front of us, whether it's Brighton or whether it's even Union. So it should be a fun weekend for us Reds. Let's just look past the controversies and the BS from the weekend. Let's look forward and understand that we have a real team. We have some really, really great people a part of this community. Some great channels to go follow, and also not only great channels to follow, but also some great channels to participate in, and always recognize and remember that we're all Reds. We need to support each other. So big up the Reds, big up all of the panel, big up the chat, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So I guess until next time, I can leave Brian with the last parting shot. Okay, but until next time, definitely thank you and good night.